Hello. Hi. Hello, anyone and possibly no one. Um, so here's the deal. I'm all about honesty, transparency, and truth. Um, so the plan for today is to deconstruct a Lego set that has been up in the house for quite a while. We need the space. Um, it wow, the words have disappeared from my brain. It's I really like the set, but it's been up for a while. It's taken up a lot of space, and it's just time for it to go back into a box. And I'll be honest, I think my eyes were a little bit bigger than my bags on this one because it's this guy. I don't know if I've built it on stream before, but it's this huge ass treehouse situation. Um, it's gonna be real difficult to take it apart on this desk. Uh, but I'm gonna give it my best shot. And the other thing about today's stream, that kind of got squirrely on me. So I have typically three monitors. Um, I have a regular one in front of me. That's usually where the movie is playing or the game is playing and whatnot. I then have my television hooked up over to the side, and the television's. I'm not saying this to brag. I don't even think it is a brag because TVs are a lot cheaper than they used to be when you think about it. But it's a pretty big TV, and I keep a whole lot of information up on the TV. And then I had a small third monitor that was much closer to me that I would usually keep the chat on and keep other information. Um, Yesterday, I went to record with my brother, and I took the monitor with me. The little monitor was a little portable monitor, and even as I put it in my bag, I was like, "Man, I'm shocked at how durable this thing is because I've carried it all over the place, and it's held together." And then after we did the recording, and I came home, and I set it up on this computer again, and it was broken. So taking apart a Lego set kind of requires the instructions. So you take it apart systematically and you put it in the correct bags. And now I've kind of had to shove a lot of information that I would keep on this third monitor onto this TV, which is not as conducive. All that to say, I don't even think it's going to affect the stream that much. It's just going to bother the hell out of me. With that said, let's move forward with the stream. And I'm gonna start taking apart this lovely um, treehouse. And while I do, we have a Vinnie Price warning because we're gonna be playing a couple Vinnie Price films, and then maybe a third film, depending on if I want to keep doing this in a couple hours. So here we go. The first one is Shock. Just checking the level and then probably going to ignore all these settings so I can focus on taking this thing apart. The Belmont Arms. I will say I'm glad I'm going to do these two movies today because I think I've already rewatched them on the stream a couple of times, and
That's how guys lose their jobs, not collecting fares.
I'm sorry. I guess I'm a little excited.
Thank you, lady.
Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Mrs. Stewart. Would you
What?
please my husband's room number, please? Lieutenant Stewart.
Thank you, Shadow.
Yes, he's
Thank you for
arriving
subscribing.
today. I wired
Again.
a reservation.
For
Lieutenant
a
and Mrs.
long time.
Caulfield.
You say you wired for a reservation?
Yes,
You're a mensch,
Fred,
dude.
there's been a slip-up.
Thank you so much for hanging out all this time. I really appreciate it.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Stewart.
I hope you enjoy some Vinny Price as I try to take apart this
No, I
giant
stay here.
I wish I could,
treehouse.
but we're completely booked up.
But I've got to stay here. This is the only place we can find each other. I thought for 2 years he was dead, and now I don't know if he's been hurt or what.
Please don't be upset, Mrs. Stewart. Perhaps I can arrange something. Has Mr. Walters checked in yet?
No, sir, not until tomorrow.
Fine. Then we can give them 816C for the night. But you will have to leave by noon tomorrow.
Yes, of course. Thank you very much.
Not at all. Will you register, please?
Paul. Listen to me, dog. It's almost like I'm in a dream, Paul. Dun, dun, dun. Bum, 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 bum.
Paul? Paul! Hello, this is Mrs. Stewart. Did my husband come in? No, thank you.
Yeah. We got a piece that doesn't want to come out. Paul never taught me how to tell time.
Followed me, Margaret. You've been spying on me.
I have. I've been watching you for months, making a fool of yourself.
I don't think so.
Bringing her here.
Elaine was just about to leave.
I didn't interrupt too soon?
Perhaps it's just as well things worked out like this, Margaret. I've decided to ask you for a divorce.
A divorce?
Well?
Why should I divorce you?
Oh, please, Margaret, let's be sensible. Whatever we had for one another is gone. We've been afraid to admit it before, but it's true. Elaine and I... Well, I love her.
You never loved anyone but yourself.
Please, Margaret.
I was good enough for you once, but now you want someone younger.
It's not that way at all. It's just that I can't go on with you any longer.
All right, Richard. You can have your divorce. You're right. We are strangers. But I have some pride, and no one's going to think you've cast me off like
Margaret.
that. You want your precious Elaine, and you can have her. But people are going to know the truth. I'll start right in by telling the room clerk you've been entertaining your girlfriend in our apartment. Then I'll call the newspapers. Careful, cautious Richard. Destroying everything he is for the sake of a cheap...
Get away from that
You asked
phone,
for it, and
Margaret.
you're going to get it.
Leave
Get away from that phone, Margaret.
And your little lover has been up to...
I hate you.
It's like, oh my gosh. Vinnie Price done killed a bitch.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
I'm Lieutenant Stewart.
Oh, yes, Lieutenant. We've been expecting you. Your wife's certainly going to be glad to see you, sir. Mr. Blake, this is Lieutenant Stewart. Mr. Blake's our manager.
Lieutenant, you really had us worried. I'm glad you finally got here.
For a while, I wasn't sure we'd make it. The weatherman threw the book at us.
Well, you're in for a real welcome.
816C, boy.
Oh, that's all right. I'd kind of like to surprise you.
Very well, sir.
Thanks.
Lady, your husband arrived.
Janet. Darling, what's the matter?
Damn it, Janet, I'm here. I'm real.
Janet. Janet, it's me. It's Paul.
That's some epic music. Hell yeah, it is, dude.
Janet.
Dun dun dun. Also, Limbo, it says it's your first time chat, but I swear I've
This is Lieutenant
seen you
Stewart
before. Am I just
Can you
crazy?
send the house doctor to 816C right away? It's very urgent.
I might be crazy.
Thank you.
I'm willing to accept that.
Well?
Okay. Now begins the difficult part of this
What's wrong with
deconstruction.
the doctor?
I'm not sure. I think she's suffering from some sort of shock. I'll be frank with you, Lieutenant. This is a little...
Maybe over
outside
on
my
IG.
line.
That's where I found your page, I believe.
There must be something you can
Oh,
do
that's
for
why I
her.
recognize the
Call in a nerve
name.
specialist, a psychiatrist.
That's
Can you
right.
suggest one?
There's a very good man in
Is
the
this movie
hotel,
called
Dr.
Deconstruction?
Cross.
No, this movie is called
I believe you
Shock,
might find him in.
starring Vinnie Price,
This
or
is Dr.
Vincent
Blair.
Price. That's why there's a Vincent
Let's
Price
see if
warning
Dr.
in the
Cross
top.
is in for me.
I'm deconstructing a Lego set currently. And it's
Cross
this
has
big
had a lot
guy
of
right here.
experience with this sort of thing. I'm all right for a broken arm or...
Because it's a
old-fashioned
cool set,
hangover.
but it's
When it comes to...
it's been taking up a lot of space. And I gotta, you know,
Hello, Dr. Cross.
life
This
is
Blair in the
about
hotel. How are you?
building and
See, I run
taking
into something
apart.
that's
And
right up your
in
alley.
this situation,
One of the guests here's had some sort of shock.
I gotta take it apart.
No, I don't know what caused it. Oh, would you? Well, that's mighty nice of you. Thanks, Doctor. 816C. He'll be right with us.
Bum, 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 bum,
She was still
bum.
alive when I saw her last. I can't quite believe this.
Better snap out of it, Lieutenant. I don't want another patient. Dr. Cross is one of the best men in this part of the country. I'm very happy that he's going to have a look at it.
So this is a movie,
I don't get it.
movie called Shock.
Could have brought it on.
I wish I could tell you.
I don't know how much
Mine
you've
is
seen so
strange
far,
incident. What affects me
but
may
it's
not
about
bother
a
you
woman
as
who
much.
witnesses Vinnie Price
The workings of the
murder a
mind
woman.
depend on so many things inside as well as outside.
That's a good
Can't
question.
make
When
hard
did
and fast
Shock come
rules.
out?
I suppose it is
Hold
plausible
on.
that she hasn't been feeling well.
Actually, I have my
Worrying about
phone.
me,
Probably better to look it up
Not
there.
knowing whether I was dead or alive. Then coming here and not finding me.
That'll be Dr. Cross. Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
I appreciate your promptness.
Not at all. Sooner you get to a case.
1946.
This is Lieutenant Stewart, Dr. Cross.
How do you do, Lieutenant?
Thanks for coming, Doctor. My wife's in the bedroom.
1946.
She doesn't know me. She doesn't seem to know anything.
Were you here when it happened?
I just got in a few minutes ago.
Jeez, that's wild.
Her eyes were wide open.
Well, that's what a lot of the
Staring at
the stream has
Said
become. A lot of public domain
Notice
movies
anything
from the
peculiar
past.
About her actions when you saw her last?
And some of
I've been a
them
prisoner of war
are
for 2 years
surprisingly
after
good. Like, I think this one's actually pretty good for what it
Never
is.
gets time of it, all
And
right.
some
First thing you know,
are
it's dead.
shockingly
Not hearing
garbage.
from me. On top of all that, my plane was 12 hours late.
Would you say that she was a nervous, imaginative girl?
No, sir. I've known her all my life. We came
That's
from
what's
the same
dope
small
about
town
public
of
domain movies. They're free, so if you hate them, it didn't cost you
Well,
anything.
she's just a nice kid. What's wrong with her, Doctor?
She's had a nervous collapse, went into shock. Where did you find her?
In the living room.
In the living room?
In the living room, you say?
You said she was sitting on the divan.
Yes, right here.
I see.
What do you think could have caused it, Doctor?
Well, that's difficult to say. You have no idea how long she might have been sitting there.
No. Oh, the clerk did say she phoned out about 1 in the morning.
Between 1 and 8:30.
What difference does that make, Doctor? The important thing is what can you do for her?
It's hard for a doctor to make promises.
Well, this is a
We can only
dope
do
kind of
our best.
idea where
Are you living permanently at the hotel?
the woman's in shock because she
Matter of fact,
watched
we've gotta
the
clear out by
doctor
noon.
murder someone, so he has
But then I'd better
a
take
pretty
her to
decent
my
reason to
place.
not want her to get
She's going
better.
to need someone with her night and day.
Dr. Cross has a private sanatorium just out of town.
I see.
Believe me, Lieutenant, it's best for her.
But there must be a hospital here in San Francisco. I'd like to be near her.
Of course. But I'm at my place every day. It's in the country, and she'll get plenty of fresh air and quiet.
If I were you, Lieutenant, I'd listen to Dr. Cross.
Okay. You men
There's
know
also
best.
my grandma
Just get
has
her well again.
I was getting ready to leave when you called. I'll take Mrs. Stewart.
my
up with me
grandpa
now.
my grandma had movies.
Hello, this is Dr. Cross. Will you get my office, please?
I think
I'm
the
going along with
best
it, Doctor.
the best movies
I'd rather
from
you
this
wait to
time
see
are
what
horror
Mr.
movies
Price
because they're
Movies
not
gives us our
scary.
examination.
like
It's quite possible your presence may excite her.
like the
Do her
idea
more
of what
harm
was
than good.
scary in the past is
Except
so
that It's
different
been
than
so
now.
long since I've seen her.
Why don't you drive up with me tomorrow? Miss Jordan, will you call the hospital and tell Miss Hatfield to have a room ready for a new patient? We'll be there shortly. Yes, that's right. You pick us up at the hotel. Right.
A lot of horror movies have Vinnie Price in it, and
Thanks, Doctor.
the scary thing about that is, man, doesn't he sound weird? Well, you're like, what?
I'm from Dr. Cross's office. We were to pick up a patient.
Oh, yes. They're on their way down now.
Thank you.
But yeah, man.
Car's waiting.
Thank you.
I don't usually
Miss Jordan
watch
from my office.
movies Sunday mornings.
How do you do,
Mrs. Stewart has had a nervous...
Up until recently, I was playing Baldur's Gate with
Don't you worry, Lieutenant.
with my good friend
Well,
Kiwi, but she has run into a bit
You'll
of,
call for me in the morning,
you know,
right?
busy
Yes, I'll
life,
pick you up at 11:30.
being like successful and and doing things that matter. So I'm just using the stream time to get some Lego Life affairs in order and watching some public domain movies I've already watched. But on Mondays I watch a public domain movie Monday evenings.
Put her to bed and have Dr. Stevens give her an injection of scopolamine.
And tomorrow, what do I have tomorrow? Crash of the Moons.
Miss Hatfield,
Good
It
morning,
looks
Doctor.
your
it
patient
looks
is
like
coming in
some
at the ambulance entrance.
grade A
Have a room
schlocky
ready.
BS. I'm kind of excited for it.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Doctor. How is she?
Quite relaxed, sir. What's her trouble?
Amnesia shock.
Got
She's
him.
had her injection.
Yes, sir. She's ready to talk now.
Thank you.
Yeah, pretty much.
That'll be all.
It's kind of a strange thing because, I mean, I don't know all the official rules, but I just research and double check. But
I'm Dr.
there are a
Cross.
whole lot of movies that are just
I'm your
free to watch, free to download.
I'm here to help you. I want you to think.
What's annoying is even if they are public domain, you might get a flag on YouTube because there's just some a-hole that claims that they have copyright to it, but they really don't.
Paul. He didn't arrive on
But,
time.
I don't know.
You were too nervous to
It
sleep.
wasn't like I was making any money on YouTube anyway.
Did you walk out on the balcony?
I walked out on the balcony.
See, you can remember. Now, what
Because
did
there
you
was,
see?
and it also, it's kind of hazy because sometimes one place will say it's public domain and another place will be like, oh, not really, it's kind of in dispute.
You heard them
Because
dispute.
Vinnie Price has a movie called The
Did you hear them
Tingler,
distinctly?
and The Tingler, to me, or according to what I read, is in the public domain.
Stop her.
And then
He's
when I actually played it, it was like, no, this is copyright. And I'm like, well, where? I can't find it. No one else seems to agree with you.
killing her.
Who? Who's hurting the woman?
That man. He's her husband. He's killing her.
It's also interesting because this is one of the few Vincent Price movies where he doesn't have a mustache. But it's also funny,
She knows, Elaine. She remembers.
like, because there's
Her room
a,
was opposite my apartment.
what's his name? I don't know if Shadow is still here. I don't know if the Shadow subscribed and then bounced. Arch Hall Jr. and Arch Hall Sr., they made a bunch of really shitty B movies, and all of those are in the public domain. I'm pretty sure because his company went under. But, like, there are some people where just all of their shit is in the public domain because that company just went belly up. Son of a bitch. Like how Vinnie Price threw that in the fire like it ain't no thing. Ain't no thing at all.
I love you.
Bum 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 bum.
You've got a headache. I can tell from your eyes.
Yes, it's bursting.
You did it?
Yes. Yes, I did it. It was horrible, Elaine. I had the porter take the trunk down. I told the hotel manager I was joining my wife in Carmel for a few days to ship the trunk to my lodge.
No one knew she was in town last night?
No, she came up the back way. She wanted to surprise us, remember?
You're not sorry. Are you?
I wish I'd called the police. I lost my head. I didn't mean to kill her. There was no premeditation. But now I've concealed her body. I've shipped the trunk to my lodge. Well, you know as well as I do there's only one answer for that. I shouldn't have listened to you, Elaine.
Think, darling. What would have happened if you'd called the police? Manslaughter means 20 years. What would that have done to you, to us?
I don't know.
Would you have wanted it that way? Now no one knows. We're safe.
You're forgetting Janet Stewart, aren't you? She knows. What if she talks?
I haven't forgotten her. She can't tell what she's seen as long as she's in this condition, can she?
Shock will wear off in a couple of weeks at the most.
It'll wear off if you let it, Dick.
Elaine, I'm a doctor.
She'll talk only if you let her.
Make her more crazy.
It's the only way out, Dick. It's the one and only way out for us.
Scramble her brains, doctor, so we can bang more. It also shocks me, like, there are some public domain movies out there that, I mean, because obviously I don't make movies, I just watch a ton of them. Like, in this day and age where,
Good morning, Mrs. Penny.
like, everybody's screaming like there's no original ideas, there's no original ideas,
Good morning, Miss Hatfield. This is Lieutenant
it
Stewart.
shocks
Miss
me
Hatfield,
that
my head nurse.
How do you do,
there aren't any more
Mrs. Jordan,
remakes
Mrs.
of public
Stewart.
domain movies that, like, are pretty good ideas, but the original story was made so long ago.
Good morning, Lieutenant.
Because, like, there's some, like, this movie right here would probably be awesome if it got a remake and,
Darling, it's me.
you know, updated it a little bit,
Oh. I'm home, dear.
change some of the business. Made it a little less chauvinistic, because,
Not
you know.
really. She was restless, and we gave her a sedative. You've got to be patient, Lieutenant. It's going to take time.
It's not a secret that women weren't treated extremely well
When you were reported killed,
during this time of Hollywood.
herself, but she did. Then when the news came that you were alive and on your way home, it was hard for her subconscious to accept that because the first adjustment had been so difficult. Then, of course, when your plane was late, she thought she'd been tricked, that you'd never sent that wire.
Don't try and let me off easily, Doctor. Give it to me straight. Tell me, can you help her?
That's a very difficult question to answer. Sit down, Lieutenant.
I don't want to help because I murdered someone.
It's almost as intangible as faith. And that's what you're going to need. A lot of faith in yourself and in your wife.
Oh man,
Please don't think I have.
definitely not. There was a movie
But yesterday,
we watched a
after
couple
you
weeks
left,
ago
Janet, I needed someone
called
to talk to.
Outlaw
Someone
Women,
close.
and
So I went to the Army hospital and I talked with some of the doctors.
it was like it was a movie about it was a western
I couldn't find a better man.
about a town that is controlled and run by women.
Maybe two minds might be
And I was like,
And
this
I
is
asked if another opinion might be helpful.
this can be dangerously close to feminist, this movie. And sure enough, by the time you get to the end,
Thanks.
the women are treated like absolute garbage, even though they're the most capable and intelligent characters in the movie. At the very end, they're just like, yeah, but they're ladies. And you're like, wow, that's really not cool. It's a really not cool way to do this movie, man.
Well, I might as well go back to town. If it's all right, I'll run out again tomorrow.
For Mrs. Stewart's sake, I'm going to have to ask you to observe our regular visiting days, Sundays and Thursdays. I'll phone Dr. Harvey
But,
and
I
try to
mean,
have him out here Thursday so that you can talk with him.
the other
Okay, we'll make it Thursday.
issue,
I thought you'd like to know, Lieutenant. She's resting quite easily now.
Goodbye, Doctor.
with public domain movies from the past, you have to walk a fine line, because if you go too close to 1980, a lot of those movies were just excuses to get naked chicks in them. And if you go too far in the past, 30s, you run the risk of it being just outstandingly racist. So a lot of times I have to play this game where I have to research a little bit without spoiling what the movie's about, because I want to watch these fresh on stream. But you got to research, like, does this movie have shit in it that is really fucked up? Oh my gosh. I had to call an audible for a movie, which was shocking, because it was like the first movie made by Hitchcock.
Hitting her with the candlestick. Now he's hitting you. Hitting you with
And I was like, oh, I better just run through, kind of like skip through the movie, see if I see anything weird. And there was blackface in it. And I was like, what, bro?
You can't hear the sound now. You can't hear anything.
Obviously not playing you on stream.
You can't remember. You can't remember. You can't remember. Edward's condition is deteriorating rapidly. If this continues, we will have to take steps to put him in a more suitable institution.
She's exhausted. You haven't got far to go.
Lane, do you think you could manage it here alone for the weekend?
Certainly. Why?
The trunk should be there tomorrow.
I've been wondering. There are no servants at the lodge. What'll happen when the trunk is delivered and there's no one to receive it?
What year was that? I think it was 30s.
When are you leaving?
Tomorrow.
I can't even remember the name of it. It was a long time ago in the stream.
Harvey?
Because I was
Going there
like,
for what?
I just remember
Stewart requested a consultation.
seeing it, and then I,
I'm going to let him examine it.
like,
Of course. How would it have looked
watched
if I
that
didn't
on
know?
mute. Because it was during the countdown for the stream that I saw it, and I was like, I'm obviously not watching this.
I know what I'm doing,
But,
Lane.
Darling, you're not thinking clearly.
it was, it had to be
I've never seen
30s.
things so clearly before in my whole life.
Unreal, dude. Straight up unreal.
You'll send me a report on her spinal test
Yes, Dr. Harvey.
and the other specimens.
Yes.
You know, Richard, I'm not sure I completely agree this was all brought on by her husband's late arrival. That was a contributing circumstance. I feel there may have been something else.
Well, that's
A
all,
murder,
of course,
perhaps.
But I have no evidence of it.
There was one,
Will you have a cigar, sir?
Yes, thank you.
I'm trying to remember. Now I'm just trying to remember the, like, the
Continue
most
present
effed up
treatment
movies
and
we
see how
did.
she comes along.
Yes.
I noticed, Richard, you've been giving her sedatives.
Well, there was one movie. That was actually a pretty decent movie.
I'd go easy on them. If she's under sedation, there's no way of knowing when she comes back to normal.
No, I
Dr. Christian. I forgot what the title was. But it was like a series of movies. Dr. Christian and this, Dr. Christian and that. And it was based on a radio play.
Give her my regards when you see her.
I will.
And the first Dr. Christian movie we watched, it was about, ironically, because I think it was during the pandemic, it was about a lower income community, basically an unhoused community in town where basically a sickness was running wild. And he was like the only person trying to help.
You don't happen to know a blonde who'd like to relax with me?
There was a moment where he was examining patients, and there was a girl in the foreground, but because it was black and white,
Edwards, these storms don't do him any good. He kept ducking
I
into his
couldn't
closet,
tell.
slamming the door after him. Finally had to lock it.
I couldn't tell while watching it, but the girl didn't have a shirt on. But the girl was also
Her husband, it's kind of
that
tough
weird
coming out
thing
of
where
finding a
people are
wife
like,
like
oh,
this.
well, like little kids, it's not that big a deal. But it's also like
Across his treatment.
weird. Like that area, I don't even want to, that's a gray area I don't even want to get near. But I was like,
If she saw more of him.
are they wearing a shirt?
I want to get her excited. After all, the attack was brought
And then
on
I
by
paused the
Mario
stream,
Yeah.
worked out the saturation, and I was like, oh shit, she is not wearing a shirt. And I was like, well, we'll skip that scene, but that was scary. I also found out that one movie was basically a porno in Italy. That one was kind of a bummer and a half. By watching the trailer of all things, I was like, that's just basically softcore. Rad. You gotta be careful, man. You gotta be careful. You don't want to put porn on Twitch. Because as we know, porn is not available anywhere else on the internet, and we want to keep kids safe. Shouldn't go into that rant again. But yeah. That's why I started to vet the movies a little harder. Yeah, it's risky stuff. I used to go to Blockbuster and rent 70s and 80s horror movies. Oh my gosh. Like, it's so funny. It's so funny because, like, I try to keep it,
Bed and get a good night's sleep.
Yes, I should be up there now.
Tell me, is it true that
I try to get, kind of, you know, what's the word?
Wouldn't I?
I try to get a variety of movies, you know, like it's not just horror movies, it's not just dramas, it's not just noirs or whatever. Like I want to get a lot of different, a lot of different kinds of movies. But, but, oh, and different years. I try to get different years all the time. But what's really not cool is if it says like above 1970, if it's as recent as 1970, if I go to IMDb and check parental advisory, it's like, yeah, there's tons of boobs all over this thing, man. It was an excuse for boobs. And it's like, God, man. Why did all the companies that went under in 1980 just happen to be movies about boobs?
Come, I'll take you back.
Don't I?
Just an excuse for boobs. But hey, you know, that's life. What's cool about the 1940s to 60s range, a lot of times there's nothing offensive in it. There's nothing offensive in it because even for that time, they were like...
We won't let the storm hurt you. You're coming back to your room, aren't you, Mr. Edwards?
That's the sound of a man who hits patients. Like, that's not a cool thing. But,
That's fine. Come along.
What was I saying? It was right there. It's in the brain. Usually movies made in that time frame, they like don't even touch race. They don't even touch sexuality. They try not to touch anything like that.
He hit her on the head and he killed her.
So it's usually pretty safe. But oh man, there's always like a moment. There's always like a weird twist in some of those movies, especially anti-women stuff, where you're just like, what the fuck, dude? Come on.
Suffering from hallucinations. She keeps insisting that she witnessed a murder, which obviously... Come in? Oh, hello, Lieutenant.
They told me I'd find you here. I hope I'm not interrupting.
Not at all. It's kind of rough, isn't it?
Yeah. She's out of her head. She's got a crazy idea she saw a murder. What am I going to do?
You're going to sit tight.
Women.
So they keep telling me, but... Oh, she's getting worse. Now, I'm thinking of taking her back to San Francisco, to a hospital there.
I wouldn't do that if I were you, Lieutenant. Dr. Cross is tops, you know that. You brought Harvey in.
He's tops.
Can't do any better.
He's the cat's pajamas, the bee's knees. I'm not 100% sure, but I think this guy on the left is one of the newscasters from Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory.
Quiet and rest and simple foods. Well, there are a dozen other things we can do. Electric therapy, insulin shock.
Insulin shock. They use that in the Army on guys who blow their tops.
Sure they do, because it often helps. But you're not going to turn it down on that account, are you?
No.
Well, then relax. The setup here is perfect. Everybody's rooting.
Relax. We're just going to torture your wife.
You mean that? Okay. Say, put in a couple of extra licks, Doc. I'd kind of like to take her home soon.
Okay, Lieutenant. We'll do everything we possibly can for her.
Goodbye, Doctor.
Goodbye.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
Look at this. Mrs. Cross is dead.
What? The body of Mrs. Margaret Cross, wife of the noted psychiatrist, has just been recovered from its resting place among the rocks at Point Lobos. Mrs. Cross has been missing since Friday night. Coroner Jess Haynes has pronounced the death accidental.
Accidental Death by Candlestick After Falling Off of a Mountain.
Thank you.
Dun, 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 bum, bum, bum.
I'm terribly sorry, Doctor.
Thank you. Will you come in, Miss Drew?
Yes, sir. You're the perfect picture of a heartbroken husband.
Am I?
I've missed you.
Oh.
Back, there was time to think. I got to thinking about you.
Oh, boy.
I asked myself, is she worth what I've done?
Well?
Uh-oh. That seems like a yes.
A very satisfactory answer.
How did things go while I was away?
Oh, darling, things are going so well I can hardly believe it.
What do you mean?
Mr. Edwards got out during the storm. He went into a room.
What?
He went after me. I struggled with him. She woke up and confused Mr. Edwards with you. She was thrown back into that night at the hotel.
Oh, Elaine, that undoes everything I've tried to do.
No, Stevens and Miss Hatfield heard her. They're convinced she's insane. Now, no matter what she says, they'll think she has hallucinations.
I see.
But you don't see, darling. Before you were trying to make her forget. Now she can talk her head off and no one will believe her. If we can encourage her to talk, convince her husband that she's insane.
We've done a
we can
great
keep her
job.
As long as it suits us. Then have her committed.
Never commit. Ugh. Bum, 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 bum.
It's me. Wake up.
Darling,
I'm here, dear.
it's me.
I've waited all night for you, darling. What took you so long?
Don't worry, I'm with you now.
For example,
We have to be out.
in terms of possible sexism,
They won't let us stay.
this movie is about a woman who gets repeatedly messed with so she doesn't reveal what she knows about a murder.
Be in here.
And she is not the main character.
Paul! It's him!
Who is it, dear?
Him! He killed her. He killed his wife. He picked something up, Paul, and he hit her with it. He was arguing with her, and he killed her.
I know, dear. You've upset her, Lieutenant. You shouldn't have come in here. Come outside with me. Give her a hypodermic, nurse.
Don't leave me here. You'll kill me.
Hypodermic of what?
What is it, Doctor? What's happened to
Straight
To be
methamphetamine.
perfectly frank with you. What you've just heard is something I've been afraid of. There are times when patients emerging from amnesia suffer from delusions. It doesn't happen often. I'd hoped it wouldn't happen in her case, but you heard her yourself.
But why?
Well, that's hard to explain.
She's got the woman
Come with
crazes.
me, I think I might be able to clarify it for you.
Hello, Mrs. Penny.
Good day, Doctor.
How are you feeling today?
This dude does have a crazy voice. Vinny Price?
That's a lovely thing you're knitting there.
It's a shawl for one of my friends.
You talking
Everyone here
about...
treating you well?
Oh, yes, they're very nice to me. Dr. Stevens hasn't
You
tried to kill
talking
me with
about
that needle for a long while now.
Vinnie Price,
Neither has
bro?
Miss Hatfield.
Haven't I told you many times, Mrs. Penny, that no one here
You
is
think
trying
that's
to
really
kill
what she jabbed her with? Well, I think...
You're murderers. all
Well,
of you.
well,
But I've
a lot
learned
of crazy
not
drugs
to
were
mock
just used
you.
as medicine. I know heroin was at one point. I mean, I can't remember all of them, but basically, a lot of medicine was just... Is that the dude you said had a spooky voice? Yeah, dude, a lot of the past was just, oh, they have a creepy voice. They must be scary.
Towards the hospital staff.
But that old lady, she seems
The
all
movie
right.
after this
Mrs.
one
Penny is suffering from a paranoid form of dementia precox,
really leans into it. This
characterized either
one
by delusions of
doesn't really do
grandeur
it
or
that much,
delusions
but
of persecution, or both. The patient, when confined to the hospital, almost invariably becomes convinced that the doctors and nurses who are treating him are really murderers intent on killing him. This delusion is quite common among mental cases in an institution of this sort.
Are you trying to tell me my wife is out of her mind?
No.
are you
Out of
trying
the
to
mind
tell
denotes
me?
complete loss of reason. Mrs.
Nasally.
Stewart hasn't reached that stage.
But she's got the same crazy idea as the other patients.
I know
Right
nobody
now, she's
comes
merely
to
suffering
a
from
stream looking for homework, but
However, I feel it's only fair
look,
to tell you,
just look up
Lieutenant,
Vincent Price interviews,
condition
especially
can
Vincent
become
Price
worse.
and Christopher
Our
Lee.
fight now is to prevent further
Dude is rad.
deterioration of her
This dude is so cool.
You've got to help her, Doctor. You've got to get her well again.
I'll do everything I can.
He also usually has a mustache. I'm also trying to think of a modern movie you may have seen him in. Because he died, I think, in the early 90s. His last movie was Edward Scissorhands. I believe he did a couple of voices in cartoons.
Come now, Mrs. Stewart, you shouldn't be out of bed.
Will you help me, please? Please, please help me. Get the police here, please.
We don't need the police, Mrs. Stewart. You come along with me and everything will be all
You
right.
don't understand. There's nothing the matter with me. I want the police. That doctor's a murderer.
But you go back to bed and we'll call the police.
Don't talk to me as if I were crazy. I'm telling you the truth.
Orderly. Now come along, Mrs. Stewart. No one is going to hurt you.
No,
Everything's
let
going to
me
be all
go.
right. Orderly.
Let me go. No. I'm not crazy. I'm not crazy.
A decent horror movie, at least in my opinion, that's kind of like this story. If anyone is possibly looking for a recommendation. Movie called Unsane. Unsane. A woman thinks that her stalker has figured out where she moved to. And she ends up getting put in an insane asylum, and then her stalker, she believes, started working at that same asylum.
Well, smile,
And you're not
darling.
100%
It's
sure
falling
who
right
to
in our lap.
believe. It's pretty
You don't seem
good.
particularly pleased.
I am, of course I am, Elaine.
Low budge as
What
hell,
are you going to
but pretty
do?
good.
I'm going to try to find something that will convince her that she's insane. You'd better get back to her now, darling. I'll be over in a few minutes.
Right.
Also, Limbo. You may have heard of a film called I Am Legend with Mr. Keep my wife's name out of your mouth. Will Smith. That movie is based on a book called I Am Legend that Vincent Price was in a version of called The Last Man on Earth. And The Last Man on Earth is in the public domain. And that movie is kind of dope.
There's nothing the matter with me.
Miss Jordan tells me that you're still talking
We actually
about
watched
the
it.
woman I'm supposed to have killed.
We actually watched it last week.
I've asked you to stop.
And I think I've watched it like 3 times on the stream. It's one of the good ones.
It was your own wife.
If I can prove to you that you couldn't have seen me kill my wife, would you believe that this is a delusion you've been
Well, technically, and this is spoiler territory, I Am Legend, the book, it's not zombies, they're vampires. And they're hyper-intelligent. Not hyper-intelligent, but they are intelligent creatures.
If you will look at the date
And it's kind of like that in the Vincent Price one. They can speak, and they can reason. They're just also vampires. And he spends the day going into different dark buildings and murdering them and trying to figure out how to cure them.
You must fight these dreams, Mrs. Stewart, or they're going to become worse, and we don't want that to happen.
That short story is dope as hell. I read that short story in one sitting. I mean, it is a short story, but
My mind is all right.
You wouldn't want your husband to see you in that condition, would you? He doesn't even want to see you when you're like this. You're losing your mind, Mrs. Stewart.
No, no.
Losing your mind.
Thank you, Miss Hatfield.
Yeah, I Am Legend.
Yes?
Someone in your office to see you.
Did I have an appointment?
No,
Because I Am Legend is the book. Then there was the Last Man on Earth.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Then there was a movie in the 70s called Omega Man that I think is absolute trash. I think that movie sucked so much. And then there's I Am Legend, which I think fundamentally changed some stuff that was kind of a bummer, but, you know. That's Hollywood, baby.
Dr. Cross?
Yes?
I'm a detective.
How are you? My name's O'Neill. I'm with the District Attorney's Office in Monterey County.
Oh, yes. What can I do for you?
It's in connection with your wife's death, Doctor.
I thought the case had been closed.
Something happened this week that made us consider the possibility that your wife didn't fall into that chasm by accident.
Yes, they are. They certainly are making a sequel.
Beat Mrs. Harwood into unconsciousness and made
They're making a sequel based on the original ending, which...
But what has that to do with Mrs. Cross's death?
I don't know, man. I don't want to spoil the book, and I don't want to... Well, I mean, who cares?
The
But
man who clubbed Mrs. Harwood may have paid a visit to your wife.
the fact that they're making a sequel is kind of a bummer.
For nearly 10 years.
To me, at least.
Mrs. Cross spent much of her time there. She must have known those cliffs pretty well, even at night.
Yes. I'd hate to think that
I'm not saying it was murder, Doctor. I'm just checking.
Of course. I'll do everything I can to help you.
I knew you'd feel that way about it. Have you checked your place to see if anything was missing?
I'm sure there isn't, or I'd have noticed it.
If it's all right with you, Doctor, we'd like to have Mrs. Cross's body exhumed.
But the coroner said...
It was only a routine examination.
Well, I don't know as that's necessary, Mr. O'Neill.
Money talks.
All we've got is a drunken old tramp
Oh,
who
yeah,
Mrs.
dude.
Harwood and stole a little money and jewelry. We can't know
That's
about
like my
Mrs.
brother and
Cross's
I,
body's exhumed.
we were hanging out yesterday.
But it seems almost...
And while we were getting some food, he threw on the movie Anaconda with J-Lo and Ice Cube, John Voight, and a really fake-looking snake.
Tramp killed your wife. You want to see him punished, don't you? Of course. Then you
And
conscientiously object to the exhumation.
my brother has a long time girlfriend. They're I think they're basically common law married at this point.
Thank you, Doctor.
And she is originally from Peru. And the director of Anaconda is Peruvian, and it's the first Peruvian director to get a American film, and it was Anaconda. And it's a point of pride. I mean, of course it would be. But my brother and I was like, oh, it's a bad movie, and I was like, it made a ton of money, so it does not matter.
Darling, I've been so worried.
Studios do not look at ratings; they look at money.
Where've you been?
City.
When you weren't here for dinner, I began to worry. What did the man from the district attorney's office want?
They're going to exhume Margaret's body.
You're not going to let them.
I had nothing to say about it. They'd get a court
In
order.
the movie, at
Why
least.
are they? I don't
think some prowler may have killed her.
Prowler?
They weren't looking for anything before. She slipped and fell and fractured her skull against the rocks. Now they may discover it wasn't the fall that killed her.
They can't prove anything.
No. Once they start asking questions, That's why I went to the city. I had to make sure that I hadn't overlooked anything in the apartment. Why didn't I report it in the first place? Why did I let you talk me into... If it weren't for that Stewart girl, if they start asking questions and find her...
Maybe they won't find her. We've taken care of everything else so far. If we have to, we'll take care of her, too. And you're not helping matters acting this way.
You're not helping matters acting this crazy. Alrighty. Alright. Well, in a sad display, we have taken off all of the branches. We now only have the tree house. The tree and the tree house itself.
Doctor has an advantage. I could give her insulin shock treatment. Shock treatment's indicated in a case like hers. I could give her 4 injections. Then with the last one, an overdose.
no one would ever know the difference.
Then we'd be safe. No matter what the district attorney's office found, we'd be safe. They'd have nothing on us, Richard. We could get married then. You'd be yourself again, Richard. We'd find peace and quiet here, just the two of us.
Let's kill a woman.
Why not? Is her life more important than ours?
I've had enough. Look, Elaine, I can't go on like this. Things keep piling up.
This dude's just crazy about putting drugs in people, man.
Then convincing her that she was insane.
Look, I got a problem. It's with giving people drugs. I'm always the guy passing at parties. And just throwing out drugs all over the joint.
Remember the first night I came here?
Hello, my name is Vincent, and I have a problem giving people drugs.
You were alone. We were sitting here in front of the fireplace with a sick headache. The lights were out. You didn't hear me when I knocked, and I opened the door and you said, "Oh, it's you, Miss Jordan." You called me Miss Jordan then, remember? I told you I had to see you about Mrs. Penny's prescription. You talked to me and you saw that I was tired and you asked me if I wouldn't have a drink. I hesitated and you said, "I won't bite your head off, Miss Jordan." We had a drink. Remember?
Again, the movie is not about the woman who is being made crazy.
You laughed and you said your headache was gone. And you asked me about my family and I told you. And we both laughed. Remember?
Remember that night we boned the first time?
Then you took me in your arms. I know you remember that.
Uh-oh.
I won't do it, Elaine. I won't do it.
Just a minute, I'm coming.
Look at how fresh and clean Vincent Price looks, man.
Hello, Doctor.
Come in.
I hope you hadn't gone to bed.
No.
They told me at the hospital I'd find you here.
So fresh, so clean,
Mr.
so
O'Neill.
vinny.
I thought you'd phone me if there were any developments.
I had to serve the papers.
Oh, yes?
Coroner's inquest subpoena. Now it's legal.
What did the coroner find?
Your wife was murdered, Doctor.
Oh?
Oh? Murder, you say? Any idea who could have done it?
Yes, sir.
Sit down, Mr. O'Neill.
Certainly couldn't have been me, right? Definitely aren't thinking about me, maybe?
She was beaten over the head, suffered an explosive fracture. Death was practically instantaneous.
Damn.
This prowler you told me about, you think he did it?
Seems so. He clubbed Mrs. Harwood. Your wife went out the same way. A pattern. Killers usually follow a pattern.
You don't know how she was killed. I mean, the weapon?
She was struck with a candlestick.
A candlestick? Are you sure?
A heavy silver one.
How can you know?
Microscope. There were particles of silver in the wound. They told us it was a silver.
We
Bits of wax
investigate.
mixed in with the silver. They
A
told us it was
dubra.
candlestick. Must have been a heavy candlestick to have done the damage. Just routine, Doctor.
A criminal doesn't have much of a chance these days, does he?
No, sir. By the way, do you have any silver candlesticks at the lodge?
We might have.
I'd like your permission to go through the house. The murderer may have left the candlestick behind, in which case we'll get fingerprints. If he got rid of the weapon, we may be able to find the mate. Then we'll know what to look for.
Of course, go right ahead.
Thanks. Now, if we can find the candlestick, our troubles are over. By the way, when did you see Mrs. Cross last? Alive, I mean.
Oh, a couple of weeks before she was killed. Why?
Can you place it a little more definitely?
Maybe.
So, things had been piling up around here, and I needed a change. So I drove down to Point Lobos on a Friday night.
Anyone see you?
I don't think so. Why?
We're trying to fix the exact time of her death.
I'm not sure anyone saw me. I drove down there on Friday night, left there around 9:30 Saturday night.
Well, it's not too important.
Naturally, I want to do everything I can to help you, Mr.
So,
O'Neill. If I think of
my
anything,
brother
I'll
and
get in
I,
touch with you.
Thanks.
we do this podcast based on the television show NYPD Blue.
See you at the end.
It's a detective show set in New York, and there's a ton of episodes, and we've been doing it for a very long time. But I think because of that show, and because of how times have changed, like, it's so funny to watch this and be like, yeah, he 100% suspects you, dude. Like, it's not hard to figure out that this guy's got your number. That's a detective. That's a straight detective tactic to let the husband know and gauge their reaction, and then ask questions in a very specific way to see reactions. It's so clear that he thinks you did it.
People are talking about you and that nurse, Miss Jordan. How do you like my hair, Richard? Of course, I've had it dyed. Everyone says it makes me look years younger.
I could give her 4 injections. Then with the last one, an overdose.
It's also funny, he's coming to the conclusion that he has to kill her, but I think, like, more injections. Look, this movie is basically, it's called Shock, but it should just be called Injections. But I think
Get me Lieutenant Stewart, please.
I just gulp
The
so
treatment
hard.
itself consists of a series of shocks brought on by injections of insulin.
Boom! Injections, baby. We doing it.
Gradually increased until we've reached what we feel is the limit the patient's system can stand.
Well, if you do give Janet this insulin, how certain can you be that it'll help her?
I'm neither a miracle man nor a prophet, Lieutenant. If medicine
I'm
were
a
an exact
murderer.
science and not an art, I might be able to tell you.
But you think there's a chance?
Yes, I do.
I have seen it work in the Army. All right, Doctor, go ahead and try it.
Fine. We'll begin the treatment tomorrow morning.
We'll kill your wife in the morning. I mean, whoops. Time to move my murder record up to 2. The Hippocratic Oath is more of a suggestion, kind of guidelines more than rules. What's an oath, really?
We'll give her about an hour and a half.
He's the Oprah of injections, you are right. It's also kind of funny. Well, not this. This is torturing a woman. But it's also funny how, like, nowadays with how modern medicine works, like, if he were to do this, he'd have, like, at least a monitor being like, you're gonna kill the patient. Like, this will kill somebody.
Now watch her.
You're gonna do some crazy shit, dude. This sucks. Doctor, did you give her insulin or O juice?
Bring her up.
No, please. No.
Liquid ecstasy. Excuse me, doctor. This is just ecstasy. Yeah, I'm kind of the party doctor. You knew this when you hired me.
Is Dr. Harvey in?
Yes, he's in. Do you have an appointment?
I don't need an appointment.
I'll be glad to consult with you, Doctor.
I'm sorry to break in this way.
But my secretary will make the appointment.
I had to see you, Doctor. It's about my wife. She's been getting insulin shock treatments.
Now, just a moment, young man. Oh, it's Lieutenant Stewart. Well, we've had some wonderful results with insulin.
But after 3 treatments, she still insists she saw Dr. Cross murder his wife with a candlestick.
Murder his wife?
Yes, and she says he's trying to kill her now.
Well, that's a very common delusion.
Mrs. Cross is dead, and Dr. Cross did live in our hotel.
You and the Crosses were in the same hotel?
The Belmont Arms.
I see. And when was it she said that? Yesterday?
Yes, after the treatment.
Huh, now that a man is saying it, let's believe her.
You realize it's hard to make generalizations. But as a rule, the patient is completely normal immediately after insulin shock. They may relapse into their hallucination after this lucid period. But for that moment, no matter how bad the case, the patient speaks the truth.
You're telling me in your own way that Janet's normal. That she's got something on Cross, and he's pretending she's crazy to save his own neck.
I'm not saying quite that, but,
Will you read this, Doctor?
Ooh.
Get Dr. Cross at his sanatorium, please. It seems inconceivable.
That dude loves Princess Bride.
Hello, Dr. Cross.
I'm sorry, Dr. Harvey. Dr. Cross is with Mrs. Stewart. No, sir, this is Dr. Stevens' day off.
I see. Thank you. Well, Lieutenant, I think a trip is in order.
We're going to Disneyland. Trip is in order. We're going to the bar. Even the way Vincent Price looks, he looks like he's gonna kill that lady.
She's the only one who knows, Richard. No matter what O'Neill says or anyone else, if she's out of the way, we've nothing
Disneyland.
to worry about. They can hint and guess all they want, but without her, they have nothing.
This woman's just addicted to murder.
I can't do it, Lane. Dexterous. I've got to bring her out of it.
No.
No, you can't. Dick, you can't.
Dexter, Celine, I've got to save her. I've got
You
to.
can. I won't let you. We've got to go through with
Don't
this.
you understand? I can't go through with it.
It's her life or ours. No one will ever know.
Elaine.
Richard, listen to me.
Let go of me.
Richard, I love you.
Let go.
Boom. Nothing like a murder to cover up your murders. Has this ever happened to you? You were telling a woman you weren't gonna murder someone and you end up murdering her? Vinnie Price knows.
Dr. Cross, where is he?
Mrs. Stewart.
Come along, I may need you.
Oh no.
Adrenaline, quickly.
He's like, hey, whatever you do, don't check behind that shade thing. Vinnie Price, out.
Don't worry, son. She'll come out of it in a couple of hours, and you'll be able to take her home in 2 or 3 days.
I'm very grateful to you, Doctor.
No, we have some other business, because I smell dead body.
Oh, Janet, darling.
September 13th. In the case of Janet Stewart. I gave her insulin shock again today, for the 4th time. Can you give me a minute? Thank you.
Of course. You're a white doctor, so of course I will give you a moment to record your shit. So dramatic, dude. Taking his time. I also love that he's a tall dude. I think in the next movie you'll see that he just towers over most of the other actors. And the lesson, don't murder your wife and your side piece. House on Haunted Hill, baby. This one has been remade, and that remake is awful. Enjoyed the stream, man. I gotta head out, though. Take care, dude. That's a good life lesson. All right, man. Enjoy your Sunday. I'll be here taking apart Lego and enjoying Vinnie Price. Hey, House on Haunted Hill. Indeed. I enjoyed the remake. Oh my gosh. You know, Chris Kattan. Christ Kattan. I did not know you liked Chris Kattan that
May I
much.
introduce myself?
But
Richard.
you know, hey,
In just a minute, I'll show
I'm not
you the
out
only
here
really haunted
trying
house.
to convince anybody of anything. Like what
Since
you
it was
like,
built a
enjoy what you
century
like,
ago,
but
7 people,
I
including
did not
my
like it
brother,
as
have
much
been
as this
murdered
one.
in it.
I'll just be honest.
Since then, I've owned the house. I've only spent
I
one
like
night
some
there,
movies that are
and when they
strange,
found me
man.
in the morning, I was almost
No
dead.
problem at all. Dig what you dig. But,
I'm Frederick Lauren. And I've
heavy
rented the
HC
house
with the
on Haunted
doctors.
Hill tonight so that my wife can give a party. A haunted house party.
He.
She's so amusing.
Vinny P,
There'll be
baby.
food and drink, ghosts, and perhaps even a few murders. You're all invited. If any of you will spend the next 12 hours in this house, I'll give you each $10,000.
Which was a lot
or
back
your
then.
Next of kin in case you don't survive. Ah, but here come our other guests. It was my wife's idea to have our guests come in funeral cars. She's so amusing. Her sense of humor is, shall we say, original. I dreamed up the hearse. It's empty now, but after a night in the house on Haunted Hill, who knows? This is Lance Schroeder, a test pilot, so no doubt a brave man.
Kind of wish I played this
Don't
one
you think you
first.
can be much braver
Had I known that you'd have to go, but
I
hey,
happen to know that
it
Lance
happens.
needs the 10,000 I'll give him. If he's
But yeah,
brave enough to stay all night.
Sunday mornings,
This is
Monday
Ruth
nights,
Bridges.
man. I'm here
You've
hanging
no
out.
doubt read her
If you ever
column
want
in
to
the
come by
newspapers.
again,
She says her reason for
and
coming
I'll
to
check.
the party is
I'll
to
check
write
you
a
out if I
feature
ever get a
article on
chance.
ghosts.
Just schedules are
She's also desperate for
awful,
money.
which is why I stream Sunday mornings and Monday nights.
You've already met Watson Pritchard, a man living in mortal fear of a house, and yet he is risking his life to spend
Later,
another night
Braj.
here. I wonder
Enjoy.
why. He says for money. This is Dr. David Trent, a psychiatrist. He claims that my ghost will help his work on hysteria. But don't you see a little touch of greed there? Around the mouth and eyes? This is Nora Manning. I picked her from the thousands of people who work for me because she needed the 10,000 more than most. Supports her whole family. Isn't she pretty? The party's starting now, and you have until midnight to find the house on Haunted Hill.
Ooh.
Where's everybody?
It isn't a very warm welcome, is it?
Only the ghosts in this house are glad we're here.
Are we all strangers to each other? Don't you two know each other?
I'm afraid I don't even know your name.
I'm Nora Manning.
Lance Schroeder.
Is Frederick Lauren a friend of yours?
I've heard of him, but I've never met him.
I work for one of his companies, but I've never seen him.
I've never met the man either. Just a phone call. Do you know him?
No,
Well, then you're the only one of us who does.
I don't know him. All the details about renting the house were done by mail.
He's quite wealthy, isn't he?
Millions.
And 5 wives, I believe.
4, I think, so far.
A $50,000 party for only 5 people is a little steep, even for a millionaire.
Well, if I were going to haunt anybody, this would certainly be the house I'd do it in.
Who closed the door?
Spooky.
This thing's made of solid steel.
I don't even think she was near it. Oh, Vinny.
Annabelle. Our guests are here, unfortunately still alive. Is your face on yet?
Dust and dirt everywhere, and the water barely trickles. Couldn't you have had the place cleaned?
Atmosphere, darling. You know how ghosts are. They never tidy up. And that's a very fetching outfit, but hardly suitable for a party.
I'm not going to the party.
The spend-the-night ghost party was your idea, remember? Since it's going to cost me $50,000, I want you to have fun.
The party was my idea until you invited all the guests. Why all these strangers? Why none of our friends?
Friends? Do we have any friends?
No, your jealousy took care of that.
I had a reason for inviting each guest. I wanted kind of a cross-section. From psychiatrist to typist, and from drunk to jet pilot. They share one thing. They all need money.
Drunk to jet pilot.
Well, let's see if they're brave enough to earn it.
And you call this a party?
Could be.
Why do you always do that? It spoils the champagne.
It might explode.
Never does.
Would you guarantee that?
That isn't funny, Frederick.
Make a good headline. Playboy kills wife with champagne cork. Will you join me?
No, thank you.
Just a sip might improve your humor.
My humor is fine, thanks. And I haven't poisoned it.
It's always good to know that. Have some. You'll enjoy the party more. Go on.
Your trust is so touching. And I'm not going to the party.
Of all my wives, you're the least agreeable.
But still alive.
Would you go away for $1 million tax-free? You want it all, don't you?
I deserve it all. Your jealousy isn't tax-free. And your possessiveness is maddening.
If ever a man had grounds for divorce,
But can't prove them.
the time will come. You'll slip up one of these days.
Think so?
If I live long enough. You remember the fun we had when you poisoned me?
Something you ate, the doctor said.
Yes. Arsenic on the rocks. Annabelle, you'd do it again if you thought you could get away with it, wouldn't you?
Darling, what makes you think that?
Something about you. I hear that hanging is very uncomfortable, in case you get any more ideas. Don't let the ghosts and the ghouls disturb you, darling.
Darling, the only ghoul in the house is you.
And don't sit up all night thinking of ways to get rid of me. It makes wrinkles.
Yeah. Holy shit.
This is what she used on my brother and her sister. Hacked them to pieces. We found parts of the bodies all over the house, in places you wouldn't think. The funny thing is the heads have never been found. Hands and feet and things like that. But no heads.
The wife, probably in a rage, threatened the husband with a knife and then, carried away by hysteria, took a swing at him and simply went on from there.
She certainly went on. How many people did she kill, Mr. Pritchard?
Only two. Her husband and her sister. No one else was here.
So there are two loose heads just floating around in here somewhere?
You can hear them at night. They whisper to each other and then cry.
Since our host isn't here, would anyone care to mix me a drink?
Certainly. What will you have?
Good evening.
Vinny Price.
I'm your host, Frederick Lauren. Since we're all strangers to each other, let's get acquainted with the drink, shall we?
Mr. Lauren, I advise you to call this party off now. The ghosts are already moving, and that's a bad sign.
Let me apologize for my wife. She'll join us later. What do you have?
Scotch and.
Doctor?
I'll have the same.
Now, before the party begins, let's go over the details. The caretakers will leave at midnight, locking us in here until they come back in the morning. Once the door is locked, there's no way out. The windows have bars that a jail would be proud of, and the only door to the outside locks like a vault. There's no electricity, no phone, no one within miles, so no way to call for help.
Like a coffin.
So if any of you decide not to stay for the party, you must let me know before midnight. Of course, if you leave, I shan't be able to pay you anything.
I'm interested in your reasons for this, party.
Here.
Aside from pleasant
Okay.
company.
Ghosts, Doctor. I think everyone wonders what they would do if they saw a ghost. And now my wife has given us all the opportunity to find out.
Amusing. Ghosts, etc., being only creations of hysteria, your party should be a success.
Well, Pritchard here promises us genuine ghosts.
7 now. Maybe more before morning.
That's cheerful.
4 men have been murdered in this house. And 3 women.
You planned your party very well, Mr. Lauren. 4 of us are men, 3 are women. Well, a ghost for everybody.
Well, Pritchard, why don't you take us on a tour through the house and let's see what happens, huh?
I think all of the Vinny Price emotes and shit that I've gotten are from this movie.
Blood. A young girl was killed here. And whatever got her wasn't human. Don't stand there.
What do you mean? Where?
Gross.
It's too late. They've marked you.
Ridiculous. The roof probably leaks.
Oh, that must be what it is. Who would want to haunt me?
I would say any self-respecting male ghost.
Oh.
Well, Mr. Pritchard, you're the life of the party.
He hasn't even started yet. Wasn't there a man who threw his wife into a wine vat or something?
That was in the cellar. There's been a murder almost every place in this house.
This would actually be kind of a dope idea for like an immersive Halloween experience.
Who didn't die here, he was electrocuted later. Mr. Norton did a good deal of experimenting with wines. But his wife didn't think it was any good. So he filled the vat with acid and threw her in.
Damn.
She was supposed to stay down. But the bones came up. It's a funny thing. But none of the murders here were just ordinary. Just shooting or stabbing. They've all been sort of wild, violent, and different. Look out! God, she didn't fall in.
You mean there's still acid in there?
Destroys everything with hair and flesh. Just leaves the bones.
Basically, the vat of acid episode of Rick and Morty.
My, it's dry and dusty down here.
Well, there's a cure for that upstairs. Come on.
How'd you get invited to this party? No. Oh, go on. I mean, what'd he tell you?
Mr. Lawrence said everybody'd get $10,000.
But he didn't say anything about being locked in.
No.
He just made a deal with me on the phone, but nothing about having to stay.
Aren't you going to stay?
If I don't, I lose $10,000.
I'm going to stay too. $10,000.
Yeah. You believe in ghosts?
Inflation the movie.
No.
Well, I agree with what that doc says. You can spook yourself. I've done it in planes. Seen things that weren't really there. Or were they? What are you going to do with your $10,000? If we get it.
What do you mean, if we get it? Won't he pay us if we stay?
Ah, sure he will. 10,000 is no more to him than a nickel is to us.
We were in an automobile accident. Now I'm the only one in the family who can make any money.
Boy, I've never seen so many doors. Closet. Bottles.
Does it go anywhere?
Got him.
Lance! Lance!
Oh, shit. Thank you for your stay at House on a Hill. Leave a good review.
Please! Lance is gone, and there's a ghost.
See what I mean?
Please, come on!
Did she say Lance is gone? Gone where?
You're drunk.
We'll have to break it down. It's locked.
Locked?
that money won't cure. I must have bumped my head.
Because healthcare costs money in this
here.
country.
To run head on into the wall. You didn't do that, did you? Let's get a bandage on that.
I wonder why they didn't kill him.
Who?
He didn't bump his head. They hit him.
They?
Ooh. Ooh.
Nora, when you came in, you said something about a ghost.
There was something.
What did it look like?
Well, it was wearing a black thing that went all the way to the floor.
A robe?
Weren't you a little frightened at the time?
Well, yes.
That, Mr. Loren, is hysteria.
But then, Doctor, how do you explain what happened to Lance? Was that hysteria, too?
You better get that checked in a day or so.
Thanks, Doc.
Wait for me in the hall.
No. Fuck.
The ghosts are coming closer, Mr. Loren.
You really believe in your pet ghost, don't you, Pritchard?
Before the night's over, you will, too.
Would you like a drink, Lance?
No, thanks.
I'd like one. Scotch and.
Because you're a drunk, lady.
Mr. Loren, are you really going to pay anyone who stays all night?
Certainly. $10,000.
Will there be much red tape or delay?
In a hurry, dear?
Frankly, yes. Or frantically.
There you are, my dear.
Someone or something was in here when I came in. But where? And if the door was locked, how did it get out? What you saw might have been a ghost, Nora, but what was in here with me was no ghost.
I don't know. I was so scared.
Well, thank you for being useless. As the man, I will have to figure this out.
Does it sound different to you?
Yes.
Three, 6, 9, 12. 12 feet.
Math. The true enemy of the ghost.
3, 6. Now, I'm going to knock on the other wall. When you hear me, you knock on this wall.
Tap lower down.
She needs a skin treatment.
Where'd it come from?
From in here.
What if it ran out of here? I'd have seen it.
Lance, it doesn't run. It just floats.
Yeah, but why didn't I see it?
You don't believe me.
How can I?
You crazy, crazy person. Great. Now I'm not going to get laid tonight.
I'm Annabelle Lauren. You must be Miss Manning. I realize this is a very unusual and I'm afraid very dull party. Wouldn't you like to freshen up?
Is that code for cocaine?
This is your room. Depressing, isn't it?
I doubt if I'll spend much time here.
It's going to rain. Perfect atmosphere for my husband's party. Why did you come here?
He said he'd give me $10,000.
Why did he pick you?
I don't know. My supervisor just came and said I'd been invited.
Are you banging him?
I just met him tonight.
So? Why you? What were you doing wandering around by yourself?
Well, I was in the cellar with Lance, Mr. Schroeder, and I just left, that's all.
Don't do it again. Don't go anywhere in this house by yourself. Now fix your face and I'll come by for you in a few minutes.
But
You're in danger.
Your
We all
face. What a fucked up thing to say.
are. I hope for your sake you never...
Fix your face. It's gross. Hi.
I'm Annabelle Lauren. Were you looking for something?
Not exactly.
Are you the doctor?
No, I'm Lance Schroeder.
The pilot. You've hurt yourself.
Oh, it's just a bump on the head. Which is my room?
I believe this is it.
Thank you, Mrs. Lauren.
Annabelle Lance. You were with the young girl in the cellar. Why was she so upset?
Was she?
And you don't look like the type to go around bumping his head. What really happened, Lance?
Well, Nora thought she saw a ghost, but I didn't see anything.
She was just frightened then.
And mad at me, I think. I kidded her about it.
I wouldn't joke about anything else.
I disregarded her feelings and suggested she didn't know what she saw.
Aren't you?
Well, I'd like to find out what hit me.
Lance. If I need help, may I count on you?
Sure, I guess so. Look, what's going on here anyway? I mean, what is with this party bit?
This is no party. He's planning something.
Your husband?
A party.
I wish I knew what it was.
Must be pretty big if he's going to lay out 50,000.
The money doesn't mean anything. He has a reason for getting us all up here to this dreadful old house.
Well, what for? He doesn't even know us.
Maybe that's exactly why you're here.
Well, what can he get away with?
Oh, he thinks that big money like his can get away with anything. You know, of course, that I'm his fourth wife. The first simply disappeared. The other two died. Lance, I don't want to join them.
You mean he,
Oh, his doctor said they died of heart attacks. 2 girls in their 20s.
Well, what can he do?
My husband is sometimes insane with jealousy. Nothing matters to him then.
Insane with jealousy.
Would he hurt you?
He would kill me if he could.
Alrighty.
Annabelle, you're missing all the fun. Nora Manning was almost killed by a falling chandelier. The pilot bashed his head in.
Is he badly hurt?
The Saturnine psychiatrist bandaged him up. Don't you want to go and console him, as you do most men? in your fashion.
You're so clever, Frederick.
Yes, I lie awake nights wondering why I married you. It was rather a mistake.
You didn't marry me, dear. I married you. Unpleasant, but no mistake.
Hurry up.
Frederick, for the last time, I'm not going to your party.
And for the last time, it's not my party, but yours. And you are going.
I am not.
You ready, dear?
No.
Are you ready, dear?
Yes, damn you.
Would you adore me as much if I were poor? No. All you want to be is a lovely widow. It's almost time to lock up the house. And then your party will really begin. I wonder how it'll end. Close to midnight, Lance.
Okay. I'll be down in a minute.
Who is it?
Your host, my dear. It's almost midnight, Nora. We're all going to get together down in the living room.
All right, Mr. Lloyd.
277, 277, 277. 277, 277, 277. Oh, that's a head. Tell us how you really feel.
Come with us. Come with us before he kills you. Where's Nora? Miss Manning.
Well, I'm gonna let this run. I'll be right back. Use the restroom and
Don't want to stay here.
some stuff. Be right back.
What happened? That's Jonas Slides and his wife. They've been caretakers here for years. She's blind, you know.
I'm not going to stay here.
Well, Doctor, it looks like we have a real case of hysteria on our hands.
I think she's just a little upset, not hysterical.
Good evening.
Hello, my dear. This is my wife. These are our guests. Ruth Bridges, Dr. Trent. You know Watson Pritchard, of course. Nora Manning, and this is Lance Schroeder.
Get me out of here.
Now, what about the 10,000?
I don't care. He wants to kill me.
Who wants to kill you?
Mr. Lawrence.
May I have your attention, please? I think you all remember the bargain we made about staying all night. $10,000 apiece. If any of you don't survive, $50,000 will be divided amongst the rest of you. If I should die, you will be paid by my estate. When the door is locked from the outside by the caretakers, we'll all be forced to stay in this house until morning. If any of you decide not to stay, you must leave with the caretakers now. You won't have a chance to change your minds later, because there'll be no way to get out.
I don't want to stay.
Wait.
isn't midnight yet. Who told them they could leave?
They never leave before midnight.
Well, they've gone now. I was going to ask you whether you wanted to stay or not, but it seems that the caretakers have made the decision for you. We're all locked in now.
But I don't want to stay.
And I'm sorry, my dear, but it's too late now.
Darling, haven't you had enough of the silly game? Get some cars up here for these people and let them go home. But pay them first.
This is your party, remember? In spite of my wife's faith in my ability to do the impossible, we will all have to stay in this house until 8 o'clock in the morning. But we have some party favors for you in these little coffins. This is my wife's idea. I must say, I think it's rather dangerous. I suppose you all know how to use one of these things, but in case you don't, you just press down on this lever with your thumb and then pull the trigger. You see, they're loaded.
These are no good against the dead, only the living.
Doctor? Lance? Nora?
Go ahead, take it.
Miss Bridges? And here's yours, dear.
I don't need it.
It was your idea. Who knows, you may want to use it on me before this night is over.
Throw these guns away. They won't do you any good.
I agree with Pritchard on that point, although not for the same reason.
Dr. Trent, don't you approve of our little party favors?
Suppose Nora had had a gun when she mistook the blind woman for a ghost.
I don't think anyone else is going to walk around in total darkness.
Oh, I'm sure we're not going to go running around the house shooting each other, aren't you?
Who knows? Fear makes people do amazing things.
Mr. Pritchard, you said your sister-in-law killed a man and a woman here and cut them up? You said they found hands and feet, but they never found any heads. Would you like to see one of those heads? Would you all like to see one of those heads? Well then, just follow me.
Darling, I really don't need this.
Just go look in my suitcase. Just go look. But it was in there. A woman's head.
Nora, I think you're a little upset. Would you care for a sedative?
Get out! Get out, all of you! All of you, get out of here and leave me alone! Just get out of here!
You think it's all right to leave her by herself, Doctor?
I wish she'd taken the sedative.
Well, what do you suppose she thought she saw?
They're closing in on her.
Look, Doc, I think somebody ought to stay with her.
There could be 1 million people around her. But if they wanted her, they'd get her.
What if he's right?
He's too drunk to know what he's talking about.
I wonder. I'll join you in a minute.
Do you think it would do any good if you went in and talked to her?
Well, do you think there really was a head in her suitcase?
I don't know.
A thing like that would put me right over the edge.
But would you sort of stay up here, I mean, in case she needs help?
All right. I'll be in my room. Just call it.
All right. Looking for a piece that might be missing. And I think it is, but we must persist.
Are you sure there are only 7 people in this house?
Positive, except for the ghosts.
I don't believe in ghosts, nor in frightening women. In Nora's case, it's gone far enough. Perhaps too far.
What do you suggest we do about it, Doctor?
Don't frighten her anymore.
All right. Let us persist.
Nora? Nora?
Nora.
Nora?
Son of a bitch. I knew I should have just kept looking. I would have fucking found it. All that for no reason. At least I got to pee.
Nora!
Nora! Well, that's a head.
What do you know about this?
They've taken her. In a little while, she'll be one of them.
Where's Nora?
Where is she? It's too late. It's too late. You'll never find her again.
Pritchard, if you know where she is, you better tell me now.
She's gone. She's gone with them. And there's nothing you can do about it.
Well, that's a dead person.
Let her down.
Nora?
She's dead, Mr. Lauren.
I think I've seen this movie 3 times, so
Your wife hanged herself.
Suicide.
Please hide me. Please hide me.
What's the matter?
Hide me. He tried to kill me. He grabbed me and choked me and put me in that room. And then he went away and left me.
Who?
He thought I was dead.
Who?
Mr. Lord.
Are you sure about this?
I don't know. It was dark, but it must have been him.
Has anybody seen you since he left you?
I heard some people in that room, but I went by and nobody saw me.
Mrs. Lauren is dead.
But how?
Lauren said she committed suicide, but I think somebody killed her.
Him?
That phone buzz scared me more than this movie.
I'm sure you've come to the same conclusion I have.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, let's all have a meeting, discuss what to do. The living room?
Okay, in a minute.
Ironic in this context.
I've got to go downstairs. Now, you lock yourself in here and don't let anybody know you're here. If he thinks you're dead, he won't come here. And I'll get back as soon as I can. You'll be all right. And if you have to, you use it.
That's right, let's get one of my favorite scenes where they just give everybody guns. American AF.
So beautiful. So greedy. So cold. What are you doing in here? Wait. Don't wait. What do you mean coming in here?
I didn't want them to take her away.
You're drunk.
They will if you don't watch her.
You're drunk. All right, out with it, Bridget. Why did you come into this room?
I'm the only one who understands.
Understands what?
Your wife isn't there anymore. She's already joined them.
Look, Bridget, I've had enough of your spook talk. Get out, you sot, and don't come back into this room again.
Yes, sir. Well.
Where's what's her name? Nora.
I didn't disturb her since I don't think this concerns her.
No, you're right.
Mr. Lauren, isn't there some way we can get out of this house now?
No, none at all.
We could try breaking out.
The only door to the outside is made of steel. The bars of the windows are set in solid stone. We gotta stay.
I'm not afraid of your ghosts, Bridget. But I am afraid. When we came here a few hours ago, the only thing we had in common was the $10,000 we'd get. Now, however, we share something else. The death of Mrs. Lauren. So far tonight, one of us was almost killed by a falling chandelier. One of us was mysteriously slugged. One of us has been driven to the brink of absolute hysteria. And one of us is dead. Were these accidents? Suicide? And we must stay here for 6 more hours.
6 hours? 6 of us. Time enough.
Who'll be next? How will it happen?
Let me ask you a question, Doctor. You were the first one to see my wife there. Did you also see anything that she could have climbed up on and then jumped?
No.
Did any of them? There was nothing. How then did she get up there so high?
Exactly, Mr. Lauren. How? She couldn't have pulled herself up there. She couldn't have dropped from the ceiling. Do you think your wife killed herself?
No. She was murdered by one of you.
Or you, Mr. Lauren. To deliberately kill someone, you must have a reason.
Yeah,
We're
I
all
mean,
strangers to your wife. Only you had a motive for murder.
What husband hasn't at some time wanted to kill his wife?
am I right,
What
guys?
husband hasn't had 1,000 opportunities to do it in such a way so that he'd never be suspected? I'm not such a fool as to hang my wife from a ceiling by a rope.
The fact remains that you, or one of us, murdered Mrs. Lauren. And that's a matter for the police.
So how do we get the police?
That's my point. We can't until morning. What began as a silly party given by an eccentric has now involved us all in murder.
For once, Pritchard may be right. If another murder's in the works, let's stop it now.
Another murder?
Why not? Maybe one of us saw too much.
Why should even a millionaire want to give each of us $10,000 to spend one night in a gloomy old house? To see some ghosts, have a party? No.
Have you finished trying me, Doctor? And is the verdict guilty of murder?
Oh, this isn't getting us anywhere. Somebody killed Mrs. Lauren. We know that. One of us is guilty and the rest of us are innocent. Okay. Now, what we have to do for the next 6 hours is protect ourselves from each other.
You really think?
I don't think anything. I just know that I'm going to my room. And if anybody comes in, I'll shoot him. Or her.
And if we all stay in our rooms, we'll be safe. Because the innocent will have no reason to leave his room. And the guilty will admit his guilt if he or she does.
And we all have guns.
And we're all agreed.
Oh, I wish this night were over.
Rooms? Guns? I tell you, it doesn't make any difference. They aren't through with us yet. What's the use of saying goodnight?
Deconstruction. What's up, War Turtle? Sorry if I did not notice you sooner. I'm deconstructing a Lego set. A very large Lego set. To give you an idea. Oh, this is what's left. It used to be
Good night, Doctor.
probably that tall and had a bunch of leaves on it. Oh, jeez. But with Lego construction, there must be deconstruction. For room for other Lego. Nothing much. It has been a minute. It has indeed. It has been quite some time. But he hated that glass specifically. And I think, I don't know if this is like one of the worst times to come into this movie, but right now is all the paranoia and the people sitting in rooms montage. Because there's a murderer in this place. But, what are your plans for this lovely Sunday? Besides, you know, stopping by for a little hello. After, a little absence. Your hair's gotten long, dude. Hell yeah, it has. It has, it's at the point where I genuinely consider cutting it. Because as I sit here right now, because of the lights and the heat, I'm actually sweating.
It's me, Lance. You okay? They've all gone to their rooms and locked themselves in.
Lance, I've been thinking. It was so dark down there. Maybe it wasn't Mr. Lorne.
It was him, all right. He tried to kill you, and he did kill his wife.
How can you be so sure?
She tried to warn me, asked me to help her. The doc thinks he's going to try and kill one of us. Now, there must be a way out of this place, and I'm going to find it and get the police before he does.
I'm going with you.
What if he finds out you're alive?
Sure, every person connected with the house says it's impossible, but I'm a man with a can-do attitude.
If I find a way out, I'll come back and get you.
I have no clue what I'm gonna do. Okay, well. Let's see, you got rest and relaxation. Oh, looks like that piece is broken. That's a bummer and a half. Do I have an extra of that piece? Doesn't look like it. It's a bummer. Gotcha. Let's see. You can watch a movie. You could clean up a room. Maybe reorganize. You have a guitar. Well, you could break your guitar like a rock star after playing a dope song. That's what those rock stars do. You can practice swinging your guitar like super cool rock stars do. Definitely don't play it, though. Don't play it at all. We got a crazy rope! You could move. Could also exercise. Do a little, little cardio. Try out for a strongman competition. Get a tattoo. Go to a costume shop, get a bunch of fake mustaches, put them on, just to see what they would look like. I'm also assuming you don't have facial hair. That could be rude of me. You can shave your facial hair into a more interesting facial hair. You could price out, excuse me, potential Halloween costumes. That's a hand. I went to the Green Day concert in LA. No guitar breaking there. Well, then did you go to a concert? I'm just kidding. Well, I'm actually realizing I screwed up big time on something. Ooh. She really hates the organ. Trying to get some fucking sleep. I'm Vinny Price, goddammit. Oh, make me change my hat.
An admission of guilt, Doctor?
Certainly not. There's either somebody else in this house or one of us has left his room. Did you hear anything?
Organ music?
That, and someone walking.
You got yours? Ready?
You look downstairs, and I'll look up here.
Why not together?
There may be only minutes, seconds left of someone's life. Why waste time?
Just dudes walking around with guns. No big whoop. You know, just walking around your house with a gun, checking stuff out. Ooh. Ooh.
It's almost over, darling. Every detail was perfect.
She's alive.
What's happening?
We've done it. A perfect crime. Beautiful.
Has she killed him?
Not yet, but she will.
Get me out of this hanging harness. What's taking that girl so long? What time is it?
At first, I couldn't get Nora to want to protect herself with a gun. But after you appeared at the window, everything began to work just as we had planned. You were wonderful. Just the touch that finally drove her into complete hysteria.
It'll be worth all of our planning, darling. Where's Nora now? What's happening?
On her way to the cellar. So scared she'll shoot the first thing that moves.
And Frederick?
On his way to the cellar, too.
To be shot.
David, are you sure none of them will suspect us?
Of what? An hysterical girl accidentally shoots somebody? Who would suspect that we planned it that way, that we drove her to it?
What about my suicide?
But just a ghost party gag. We'll claim it was a dummy since I'm the only one who touched you.
And the caretakers?
Well, they had no idea what they were really doing.
What about Nora? She's not stupid, you know.
Darling, believe me, everything we've planned is working perfectly. Nora is sure Frederick murdered you. She thinks Frederick attacked her in the cellar, not me. And now Nora's almost out of her mind with fear. The heads, the music, you're hanging. I tell you, when Frederick walks in there, she'll shoot him.
We really fucked her up.
Too long. David, you ought to be there.
When you hear the shot, come down to the cellar.
All right, let's get this bad boy off. That was a lot easier than I thought it would be. Bum, bum, bum. Actually, I recently bought concert tickets for a concert I'm excited for. Just an artist you may know named Weird Al Yankovic. Super stoked. That's gonna be fun as H.
No!
Got him. You're a murderer. I really don't know why you would want to get rid of the body. Wouldn't you want the evidence of him being shot by...
David? David?
At last you've got it all. Everything I have. Even my life. But you're not going to live to enjoy it. Come with me, murderess. Come with me.
That was the height of practical effects.
Good night, Doctor. Good night, Annabelle. The crime you two planned was indeed perfect. Only the victim is alive and the murderers are not. It's a pity you didn't know when you started your game of murder that I was playing too.
Boom, bitch.
There must be some way to get in here.
It's right along here, somewhere.
Lance! I've shot Mr. Loren. He's down in the wine cellar.
Alive?
I don't think so. It's him. He's alive.
You didn't shoot anyone, my dear. I loaded your gun with blanks. I can tell you all now. Trent and my wife were planning to kill me. They failed. Trent tried to throw me in the vat. My wife stumbled and fell. I'm ready for justice to decide if I'm innocent or guilty.
Boom, baby. And another rich man avoids justice. Do I want more viewers? Oh my gosh, that's so crazy. Select safety bam.
Now there are 9. There'll be more, many more. They're coming for me now. And then they'll come for you.
What? Alright, I got one more movie lined up that's really dark and depressing and has nothing to do with Vinny Price. But I had it saved. I can't remember why I saved it. So, what is it? Like a very passionate, sensitive man or something? I forgot what it's called, but we don't need this anymore. He will not be back. A sensitive, passionate man. Movie about alcoholism.
Did I sing the wrong melody? Did you play our love off key? Was it
Movie about alcoholism.
my sensitive mind? Did the world simply turn away from the needs of my passionate man? Was he lost before he began? Was there no one to understand my sensitive, passionate man? Retouched smiles, hidden tears, who changed the laughter that filled those years? Who swept away the yesterdays of my sensitive, passionate man?
Yeah.
The food was excellent, right? The food was excellent.
Thank you.
Good night.
Have another anniversary next week.
Oh, at least
next year. Thank you so much.
I want to thank you, my wife thanks you, my sister thanks you, babysitter thanks you, $3 an hour, she ought to thank you. Hey, you couldn't invite us in for a drink? We could, We won't. Good night.
Good night, Pat. Good night, Jack. We'll just watch you walk in.
We just want to make sure you don't get mugged. We will not get mugged.
I promise.
He promises.
Good night. All right.
So fucked up. So fucked up.
Good night. Hi.
Oh man, we just stopped drinking to start drinking.
I need a drink.
And you sneaks, you never let on. Not one. You kept our boys up this late. Shame on you all. Everybody say goodnight to Carrie and Dan. Good night. Well, darling.
This is your life, Michael and Marjorie Delaney.
How did you do it without our catching on?
I sneaked in and borrowed your photo album.
I don't believe it. Oh, no. Oh, this is one. Look, this is where Michael and I met. It was, I had left accidentally my poetry book on the campus lawn.
And I found it, and then I went in search of the giggling freshman whose dishes I dutifully washed, and I found it.
You know what he did? He memorized the entire poem just to impress me.
And I hate Rupert Brooke, but I have remembered it, and I will now recite. These things I have loved. White plates and cups clean gleaming. I can identify with those lines. I've washed all the damn cups. If you want a further recitation, said Michael Delaney, follow me. Let's see, where was I? Gleaming cups and... Oh, yes, ringed with blue lines and feathery fairy dust. Wet roofs underneath the lamplight. The strong
crust of friendly bread with many tasting food. Rainbows and blue, bitter smoke.
She's a shitty poet.
Oh, stop it, you two. Has anybody told you that there is no love over 40? Only death and taxes.
The great lover.
Oh, Michael?
No, that's the name of the poem. He's the great dishwasher. Michael, did you really take such a grungy job?
Yeah, it will.
I know how it was. The old man was too tight, huh, Michael?
No, too dead.
I'll get more ice. Pat?
Oh, hey, Michael, I almost forgot. More congratulations. What? Well, now that the hush-hush secrecy is over, we have the fruits of the labor of your think tank operation. You know, you should be very proud of that fireproof insulation you've developed. It was a group effort.
Hey, would somebody translate that into English?
Well, Michael's egghead group of physicists, while working on the space program, came up with an incredible aid to home safety.
That's very impressive.
I think I better go impress my wife.
Oh, how beautiful.
How beautiful.
All crystal with the crystal routine. Oh, it is so delicate. Thank you. Thank you, all of you. Oh, look what Michael gave me. Oh, Michael.
It's a glass bird. It could be made out of Lego.
Thank you.
Am I right or am I right, dear?
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
I thought you were told to go to bed.
How come I'm not in any of those pictures?
Ask your daddy.
Yeah, how come?
Ask your mommy.
Because you hadn't happened yet. But you were on our mind. Scoot, get up there.
Why is everything about you? This night's about us. We have one night a fucking year. Hell yeah. Look how sexy these dudes are, huh? the pinnacle of masculinity.
Oh, nice shot.
He's doing very well today, isn't he?
Yes, he is. Thank you.
Great shot, Delaney. I hate you.
Great shot, Delaney. I fucking hate your guts, brah.
Reward time.
Let's get messed up.
Come on.
Take it easy, Michael. It's only a game.
Hit it again, Michael.
It's not a game. Tennis is
I
life.
admire your patience with that, Pat.
Anything to stop smoking. Maybe I should get Jack to take it up. He might be better at it.
Maybe they should both take up needle.
Oh, can't you see that? But don't laugh. A lot of macho athletes are taking it up. Did you know I had an uncle in Bangor who weaves the most magnificent rugs?
Bangor, Maine?
We call him our 90-year-old hooker.
Jesus Christ.
Mommy, when do I get my lesson?
Oh, your daddy's almost finished, sweetheart. Why don't you sit down and wait? It won't be long.
Your dad has to beat this other dude's ass in tennis.
I love you, Jack, even if you lose.
40 love again. Come on, Michael. It's set point. Get it over with.
Now, son.
Yay, Daddy!
I will deal with you later. Come on, Delaney.
Wow. Potential child abuse much? Jesus. I will deal with you later.
Trouble is, Michael, now that Lockheed blew its cover, your whole industry is suspect. You by association lawyer, you should know better than that.
What makes your precious Hollowell aerodynamics different? I mean, don't kid yourself. They're all enterprise.
Some more vodka, please.
Well, see if they're going to sell flavor, right?
We lost the contract, so that proves we are clean. Besides, I am not in sales.
Hey, Michael.
No.
What do you do over there these days now there's no more space program?
Play chess with the computer. Move your drinks to Shea Delaney. Everybody, good. How are you?
Well, I guess this weekend's over.
Buenas noches, party poopers. Buenas noches. I don't know how your science whiz does it, but I gotta be in court 8:30 in the morning.
Yeah. Healthy living and clean thinking.
Clean thing. Hey, watch him, Michael. Watch him. Hey, I'm sorry, baby.
Good night,
Sure.
Good
I'm
night.
sorry.
Good night, Marjorie.
Hey, I'm sorry. The night is young.
You are so beautiful.
To be continued next week.
Good night, George. Good night. Thanks
Good night.
for coming by.
Put your fucking drink on my shit, dude. The fuck?
Why does the party always have to be at our house?
Because we drink hard, and I'm not gonna be the DD. Apparently, you're not gonna be the DD.
You want to wrestle?
No.
Next to him.
You just gonna lie there all night?
Not alone.
Now, my. No.
I have been so great. I love her. Filled my days so proudly with the splendor of love's praise. The pain and the calm. The astonishment. Desire.
Michael.
I'm still content.
This Is everything all right?
I hit a poem I wrote. Aerospace. Illustrated by Michael Delaney. Nuts and bolts. Nuts and bolts. Nuts and bolts. Where a man works, he learns to cut throats.
I love you, Michael. You are all I need. I don't even need this house. This house and all the things that go with it. Sometimes I think we went in too deep. We built the pool. We haven't even finished doing the...
I worked for everything in this house.
Things are not important to me. You are important to me, not things.
What? There's a but, isn't it?
No buts.
But if you turn out to be a drunk asshole, I might leave your ass.
I just miss the easy life we had once. Whatever you want, I want.
I want you.
He's like, I want an open relationship. Definitely not a popular idea at this time, I'm sure. Happened, I imagine, but...
Hey, dummy, not like that. This knife is no good. You know what your daddy says, if at first you don't succeed, eat with your fingers. Hi, Dad.
Hello, group.
Hi, Dad.
Eat.
Daddy's right. Eat. Rough day?
How can you tell?
By the thud, thud, thud of your briefcase.
Let's
Reward time.
Daddy, did you bring it home?
Did I bring what home?
You know. Are you teasing, Daddy?
Teasing about what?
I bet he hit it. Is it here?
No, you're cold.
Am I warm?
No, you're cold, he's tepid.
What's tepid?
Look it up in the dictionary. It rhymes with oven.
It's in the oven.
What did he get? Can't remember.
That is a top secret design of your daddy's work.
Really top secret?
Well, now that the government's making him, I guess that secret can be shared with members of the immediate family, if they can be trusted.
I can be trusted, honest.
Are your rooms together?
Sort of.
Sort of.
Yeah.
Out. Out.
That seems like a dangerous thing to give your jail. You get shot by the CIA.
You're gonna get fat.
I'll cut out the olives.
The drunk dude. Being drunk.
Daddy, I'm not sleepy.
Out. No, this is Mommy and Daddy's private time.
Aren't you gonna count? Come on, Daddy. Please count for me.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I love you.
Why?
Because you're a genius. You have such patience and skill at getting those boys to do precisely what you want them to do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And how come when I count, I get nothing?
because you don't count backwards. For instance, 7, 6.
Mike. The stew is ready.
Well, let it stew.
We gotta eat.
The stew is ready.
Dear.
You know what she's talking about. Food.
You are loved.
Am I? Am I loved?
Like this bird. You're fragile and delicate and...
Yes, I am like glass. Easily broken.
Not easily broken. Just... that you must be... gently handled. Gently handled.
Oh, he's gonna handle it.
Just love me.
Was that cut for sexy?
Any more juice?
Here, finish that one.
Ooh, this orange juice tastes weird. Really weird.
Daddy's glass. What's in your juice, Dad? Your daddy made a mistake.
Yes, son, I made a mistake. I should have put the vodka in the cereal. Instead, I put the vodka in the orange juice, and then we'll put the orange juice in the vodka in the cereal. And see if the cereal will speak.
Michael.
Snap, crackle, and hiccup.
Dad, I got a problem. Could you help me, please?
What's your problem, son?
Well, it's my math homework. I couldn't finish it.
How long before you have to go to school?
About 15 minutes.
Well, let's get to it.
Finish your cereal.
He's too drunk to understand math.
Cindy?
Mrs. Delaney.
I came by to surprise my husband and take him to lunch, but seems the surprise is on me. They didn't tell me they moved his office. Where is he?
He was fired.
Woohoo.
When? 2 weeks ago. He made me promise not to tell you. He said if you called, I was always to say he was out or at a meeting. I didn't want to do it. I'm not good at lying.
I know he always said you were loyal. You did the right thing.
No, she didn't.
He said he'd tell you when he found the right moment. Please don't tell him I told you.
I won't.
I'm so sorry. I really loved working for him. He's so terrific. He made me laugh all the time.
Well, don't talk about him in the past tense. He's not dead, you know. Thank you, Cindy.
Goodbye, Mrs. Delaney.
You probably should ask why he was fired. You obviously need to confront him about it. can't remember if I dug how this movie dealt with this shit or not. I vaguely remember it being good, but...
Reward time? How was your day?
Well, it was your average, humdrum, okay type of day. How are the boys?
Under control.
No countdowns?
Just one.
Yeah, make you a drink.
Probably shouldn't have any more yourself. I think you have a problem.
Well, it cost me a lot.
It's really upset. Then the guy has the nerve to complain about a big fee.
Fees? Fees? Let me hear about fees, lawyer. I want to hear about me. What kind of fee, lawyer?
Michael? Michael, it's late. I think it's about time to break it.
Hold it! Just hold it a minute. You know, what do you say to all those poor suckers that come into you and say,
Look, Mike.
Hey, hold it! Mr. Lawyer. Mr. Lawyer, save me.
Michael, will you knock it off? Come on, will you?
Mr. Lawyer.
It's getting late. Let's go. Come on.
What, you have to get up in the morning? You have to go to work?
Michael.
No, do you have to go to work? Well, Mr. Delaney goes to work. Mrs. Delaney doesn't go to work, does Mrs. Delaney? No, Mr. Delaney paid for the house. Mr. Delaney paid for the pool.
Yes.
Mr. Delaney paid for all that, didn't Mr.
Yes,
Delaney?
yes, Michael.
Yes, Michael. Yes, Michael. So say it again. Have a drink, Mrs. Delaney.
Fucking damn. Dark as hell. Super fucking dark. Dark as hell. Super fucking dark.
Want some orange juice? Nothing in it. Promise. I gave the boys breakfast, sent them off to school. The kitchen is very neat and very clean. I sent your blouse and slacks to the cleaner. He came by early and... That blouse and them slacks were in terrible shape. You must have had a hell of a time last night. Who was he?
You don't remember, do you?
Not really. But unfortunately, Pat Morris called this morning and filled me in on the details. I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry.
Doesn't matter.
I know you are.
Well, to show you how sorry I am, I'll take the day off and we'll go to the beach.
Michael.
I'm a lousy liar. Well, they fired me, Marge. They dumped me, let me go.
Why didn't you tell me?
I didn't want to hurt you. I'm just trying to protect you. Every day I left you, I thought I'd come home and be able to say, hey, kid, there's good news and bad news. The good...
Yeah, but why? You're too good. It couldn't have been your work.
Not my work. It's any work. They fired the entire research unit. Now Hollowell is into the exclusive selling of farm machinery.
I don't understand. I just don't understand.
Well, I'm relieved. You know what it's like going to work every day for 2 years? Nothing to do. You know, we used to sit around and think up hypothetical problems for the computer to solve. Keep from going crazy. The handwriting was on the wall.
That doesn't matter. I love you.
He doesn't love himself.
I'm your best friend, too.
But don't ever do that again. No more secrets.
No more secrets. Just don't leave me.
He's got a drinking problem that needs to be addressed immediately.
Marge! Marge!
Yeah.
A toast. To honesty. Here's to you as good as you are. Here's to me as bad as I am. But as good as you are and as bad as I am, I'm as good as you are. That's an old Irish saying.
Huh. I think it's an old drunk dude saying.
Okay, settle down. It's only the zoo. Why? Daddy has to get up. Give him a couple more minutes, okay?
Did you pack the potatoes, Mom?
And the coleslaw.
What do we need all that junk for? We can get hot dogs at the zoo.
You can also get ptomaine poisoning.
Yeah, I like picnics.
So do I.
How come Daddy can take a day off from work? Special holiday for him, too?
Now, why would your daddy want to go to work when he can take his two favorite fellas to the zoo?
Yeah, I'm gonna wake him up.
No, I'll do it. You pack the car.
I don't want any coleslaw.
Pack the car. Michael, aren't you up yet?
Go away.
It's past 11. The kids are waiting. Come on.
Go away.
Get up, Michael.
Go away.
We promised the kids the zoo. Now, come on. Get up.
I'm not going to any zoo. Now, get out!
You're a terrific father.
Damn, son.
He's not going, is he?
No, he's not.
I knew it! I just knew it!
Yeah.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
listening to the would-be doomsayers about the downfall of the world's greatest
Go on.
democracy. America is as great, if not greater, than it has always been.
What's so great about it?
Who, apart from the spoiled American...
Get off my sense. Sit on your own assets, buddy.
The opportunities in our country are just lying in wait for those... plain guts to meet the challenge. When has there ever been so keen an interest on the part of the government to create new jobs and programs for the betterment of the people? Where else on earth can a man or woman reach for the stars and come back with a piece of the moon? We must carry on and pass down to our children the essence of our American dream, so that this dream does not become the nightmare of the...
Where were you?
I went out for a while. I brought you some flowers.
Flowers in May, la-di-da.
Michael, we can't go on like this. We're eating up all our savings.
Well, we have my stocks, and we have my trustees, baby. So what are you worried about?
I looked for a job in weeks. Why, Michael?
Well, they ain't gonna jump the first thing, and everything's below my level.
Then take something lower. Can't you take something lower?
I worked for the Ph.D. after my name. No doctor is gonna take no funky job.
Well, I'm not that particular. I'm going to get a job.
It's the women's liberation.
It isn't that. We need the money. Besides, I'll get out of your way, and maybe that'll clear the air a little bit.
They are dying for literature majors out there.
I am not stupid, Michael. I can find something.
No wife of mine is going to work.
And nor, obviously, is any husband of mine. Oh!
Oh, shit.
Hey, Margie. Margie. Hey, I didn't mean it.
Get out of the kitchen.
I just want you to forgive me. Will you forgive me? Listen, I didn't hit you that hard. I never hit you before.
You can't get a job because you drink, and you drink because you can't get a job. And I don't know if you know what you're doing to yourself. Please let me help you.
Just want you to forgive me. Just forgive me. That's all I want. I want you to forgive me.
I forgive you. You're not the first man in the world who ever lost a job.
Good job, Marty. It's my life. My life.
There'll be other space contracts.
Next decade, next century, the people are tired of watching space yachts. You can see it on television.
You can find something new.
Just like that.
Yes,
Just like
yes. Men are changing careers all the time. You can too.
You back to college for 7 years and become a lawyer?
Oh, Michael, you're so good at so many things. You can find something.
Think of something.
Bad news. Kevin Brown's father's on location in Tucson, Arizona for 2 months, and Mrs. Brown regrets that he will have to cancel his career day appearance at the concert.
Oh, that's too bad.
Find me another actor, quick.
Try Robert Redford.
I'd love to.
Poor Pat. Always volunteering every year for career day. Didn't your mommy ever teach you to say no? Excuse me.
Yes, it's my mother's fault. How's Michael doing in real estate school?
Oh, well, it's only been 2 weeks, but he's doing fine.
Knowing Michael, I'm sure he's running the class.
He's something, isn't he?
I have an idea. Wouldn't Dan be delighted to see Michael standing in front of his class?
You mean Michael give the career day speech?
One scientist, Daddy, coming up. He knows more about it than anybody.
Well, I could ask him. He might. Michael?
He isn't here.
What happened? Class break up early?
What class?
Suppose you tell me.
Well, if it's Tuesday, then it must be escrows. And escrows are boring.
Enough to drive a man to drink?
Real estate ain't my bag, lady. I went to 2 sessions and my PhD began to show. The people depressed me, the professors depressed me, and you are beginning to depress me.
Michael, what are you trying to tell me?
I'm trying to tell you that the teacher picked on me. So I quit.
Quit? Where have you been these nights?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Why in God's name are you doing this? Michael, when are you going to face what you're doing to yourself? You saw what happened to your mother. She died a drunk. She made your life miserable. And now you're making our lives miserable because you're just like she was, a selfish, weak drunk. Don't you ever.
Mommy?
Hey, kid. Mommy and I are just fooling around, huh?
You're just fooling around.
Come on, Dad'll tell you bedtime. So when the prince found out, he said to all those crazy people and all those people with long beards and dirty clothes, you're not going to take my kingdom away because nobody takes my kingdom away.
Hooray, Prince!
Hooray, Prince. And so then he went and he got a gun and he got a cannon, and so he killed everybody.
Everybody?
Everybody, just like that.
What?
And then
I don't know if there's anything quite as depressing as your alcoholic father telling you a bedtime story that is unbelievably stupid.
He made a speech. He said, nobody takes my kingdom away, and nobody does that to me because I have worked all my life for what I thought was right. worked all my life for. Prince.
This is an emergency. My husband is having convulsions. I'm Mrs. Michael Delaney, 435 South Walnut. How soon can you be here? Damn it, I said this is an emergency. Thank you, hurry. Mama? What's the matter? Nothing. Carrie's scared. He's crying. Tell him to go back to bed. Your daddy's all right. Go tell him, honey.
Super dark. Super dark.
How is he?
If this is the first time, it might scare him. He needs watching. Sedation, vitamins. Call your family doctor as soon as possible. He'll know how to handle the DTs.
Thank you for getting here as soon as you did. I appreciate it very much. He's a very good person. He's worth helping.
I'm sure he is. Good night.
That's fucked up. You find yourself saying that to the guys as they leave. Bags so far. We'll have 6 more to go. Wait.
The name's Michael Delaney, folks. And I'm not a joiner.
13.
Clubs are for the weak. That is why they call them anonymous. There is Gamblers Anonymous, there is Fat Anonymous, and child abuse. I don't think child abusers have a club. Let's see what else. Anonymous. Yes, we have sewing circles. Yes, Knitters Anonymous. You want a drink, they come over and sew up your bottle. How about Wives Anonymous? You tire of the one you got, you call the alcoholics, they send you another one. Hopefully. Why don't you sign me up for a knitting circle?
Lay off, will you?
Call it Knitters Anonymous. Feel like taking a drink, somebody comes over and knits with you.
I am going out.
What for?
For your birthday party. Happy birthday, Dan.
Happy birthday! Make a wish, Daddy.
Yeah, well, I wish for the strength to blow out this mess of candles.
Bravo! Go get the ice cream. Okay, hurry up.
Birthday cakes are a bore.
Happy 42nd, old buddy.
And here's to number 43, Michael. Well, don't count on it. Old Daddy didn't make it to 43, so why should I? Out of respect for dear old Daddy.
Please, Michael.
It's only wine, sweetheart. Poor old Dada. He worked so hard, and he was so earnest, but he was poor. Not for the lack of trying. It wasn't the money. It was my mother's drinking problem that brought about the untimely death of dear old Daddy. Or was it his death that brought on Mommy's drinking problem? I never did hear it right.
Anne, you want to cut the cake?
Oh, yes. How did your game go today, Mommy?
I got here too late to play. Your daddy's not feeling very well.
When's he gonna be better? Is he still coming to my school tomorrow?
He's coming. I've got it all set up. You and I are going to be there to root for him.
You sure he won't be sick tomorrow?
I don't think so, do you?
Well, guess not.
Alcoholism is a progressive disease which, if not treated, drives its victims into an abyss of either insanity or death. The family must adopt a sympathetic, constructive attitude.
It's almost 10. They want to start on time. Let's go.
Constructive, sympathetic attitude, that is the key. It will pay off dividends, for alcoholics respond gratefully to warmth and understanding.
You ready?
You look a little tired. Come on.
Marjorie, Michael, thank goodness you're here. Dan must have said that you missed the preliminaries.
Sorry, Pat, we were held up.
We're in room 207.
Where's the men's room?
Men's room. It's down the hall that way. And 207 is that way.
You kids really need to hear about your teeth. And there's just one more thought. One of the peculiar aspects of being a dentist is that we spend our entire lives trying to make our profession obsolete. I mean, the more advanced and definitive our research, the fewer cavities and the fewer the dentists. But setting aside this paradox, all of your children, I'm sure, are aware of the importance of dental hygiene. I mean, you couldn't hope to make a career as a dentist and be careless about your own health. The profession of dentistry is a dignified and a worthwhile career, I think.
Michael! Children, our aircraft specialist is going to be just a little bit late. Perhaps he had some engine trouble.
Oh!
Skip ahead. I have some posters I'd like to show you. Oh, here he is. And now, children, Dan Delaney's father, Mr. Michael Delaney. Everything you ever wanted to know about the aerospace industry, and Mr. Delaney does know everything.
Yeah, these are, they used to be rockets. You put a fire under there and they go up. The speech. What I know about the aerospace industry by Michael Delaney. The aerospace agency is composed of people who fly rockets. And you go to school for about 100 years. Give or take a year or two. Then you marry the boss's daughter. You meet an influential friend. And that's what I know about the aerospace agency. I thank you for your time. And now, everybody go out and steal hubcaps or whatever you do.
I hate you. I hate you.
There's my son. He hates me. And there goes my wife, who ain't too fond of me either. And, here go I. One of my best speeches. Where's the kid?
What do you care? About anything. Dan.
It's okay, Mom. You don't have to explain.
Well, sweetheart, I want you to know that he...
I know, Mom.
I just don't want you to...
I don't hate him, Mom. Not really.
Well, as you get older, Dan, you'll understand that
Mom,
sometimes you just...
I don't hate him. But I don't like him either. I don't like the things he does. What he did today was awful. But I don't hate him. Mom?
Yes?
What are we gonna do?
I don't know. I don't know.
Hiya, lady.
Hi.
Randoms in the house.
Who are these people?
They're friends of mine. Want a sandwich?
Haven't you done enough for one
I
day?
am making sandwiches for my friends. Maybe you'd like to go out by yourself, but I like company.
The boys asleep?
Huh?
Where are the children?
What do they look like?
Oh,
They are at the Morrises.
get these people, whoever they are, out of here.
Who's she, old buddy? Who are you? I'm Lou. This is Marjoram.
Hey, Sophie. Sophie, this is Marjoram.
Butter. Michael, I want to call the police.
What butter?
Sweetheart, where's Pat? They went to the movies. They told Dad and Johnny to babysit.
Is Dan asleep?
No.
What's the matter, Carrie?
I wet the bed.
Well, that's okay. A guy has to slip once in a while. Where's Dan?
It's in the kitchen.
I'll be right up.
Reward time.
Dan! What are you boys doing? Go upstairs, Dan. Johnny, go to bed. Can't tell you how sorry I am. It scares me, seeing them imitating us like that.
Marjorie, they're not imitating us. Johnny would never have done that. He was just going along with Dan.
Oh, that's fucked up.
I hate to ask this, but Michael has some... I mean, would it be all right if I stayed the night, too?
Of course you can stay.
Sure.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm terribly sorry.
Marge, you need help. Legal help.
Legal help?
Yeah. Perhaps I could...
Jack, you can't handle this. We're friends. We're too involved in it.
Wait a minute, Pat.
Marjorie, why don't you talk about it? It'll make you feel better. Why don't we all sit down and talk about this?
Pat, as long as I'm going to be seeing a lawyer, I'll save the tedious details for him. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll go take care of my boys.
Why are you upset with them?
Be a good girl, Mrs. Delaney. Cool. Take the kids. Leave town for a while. As soon as my process server bags them, you're in business. I'll serve him with a restraining order. Immediate court action? That's when we hit him with the financial terms.
It all sounds so cold.
Relax, Mrs. Delaney. You'll get your legal separation. We'll really go to work on this bum.
He's not a bum. He's an alcoholic.
And another thing. This isn't legal aid. My fee is $500. I don't move without a retainer.
I don't think I like you, Mr. DeMora. But I guess you're all I can afford.
Well, you don't have to like me. Just hope I get the job done.
I've endorsed this household check from Michael. He sold the last of our stocks. I'll send you the rest as soon as I find a job.
Well, good luck. And remember, get out of town fast.
Hey, hold it. All right. Where you going?
Get in the car, boy.
Go. Where?
Let go.
Come on, where you go?
Don't you?
Nobody's leaving.
Run!
No.
Run!
Come on, that's it. Come in, John. Nobody's...
Harry, go! Run! Hurry up! We're just going for a couple of days. Just so you get yourself straight. No, give me this. Give me my purse, you kid! Give it to me! Don't you dare! Oh, what a spend!
Damn.
Margie.
Stop fooling with that thing. It's broken. You'll only let in more hot air.
I'm boiling.
Well, that makes two of us. Carrie, put your seatbelt back on.
Daddy's gonna miss us.
Yeah, he's probably too drunk to care. Dan. Now, your daddy is a very sick man. He doesn't mean to do the things he does. You've got to understand that, do you?
He wasn't like that before.
No, he wasn't. He's very sick.
But why don't we stay home and take care of him?
Because we need to let him have some time alone. I am not doing this to punish him.
But who's gonna take care of him?
Well, your daddy's a big boy. He'll take care of himself.
How do you know you can find a job? You've never worked before.
Who, me? Talented Tilly?
Yeah.
Well, I raised you fellas. That makes me a genius. Read some more of those ads.
Hey, this one sounds like you. Wanted, girl. A1 personality, good legs, no nudity. Learn latest dance steps.
Who thinks I'm a great dancer?
Not me. Not me. You got good legs, though.
Weird.
I brainwashed you pretty good.
Super weird, super duper weird, super duper weird.
Lady, that transmission's shot. Now, I can fix it for you for about $300.
300?
We're high, but we're here.
Well, I don't have $300.
That's your problem, lady.
Yeah, I know. Can I leave it here a couple of days to see if I can come up with it?
Sure.
You better put a for sale sign on it in case I don't.
You got it.
Oh, boys, will you get our stuff out of the car?
Well, lady, you, need a place to stay?
Without a car, I sure do.
You go on up the road, the Embassy Motor Courts. Clean, low rates.
The embassy?
And, tell them Roy Jessup sent you. They'll give you a real low rate.
Roy,
I'll see you around, honey.
you've got my keys. Come on.
He's like, I'm into moms.
Here we go. Might as well unpack. Haven't you served him yet?
He's fast on his feet. He's been on a real toot since you left, Mrs. Delaney. Smashed a couple of windows. I hear your front yard looks like the city dump. You got a real PR job to do on your neighbors when this is over.
Then find him. That's your job, Mr. DeMora.
Not anymore, lady. That check you endorsed from your husband, it bounced.
Wait! I'll get you the money. Hey.
What are you doing home so early?
I quit. They were pinching instead of tipping. What are you doing up so late?
We have a lot of homework, Mom.
Uh-huh. I bet you were watching television, right? You haven't even taken your bath. Now get going. And I'm going to check your homework. 2 points for the desert. The shirts dry fast. I'm going to look at your multiplication.
Home to My Dad by Dan Delaney. I think we're losing you, and there's nothing I can do. Don't you care anymore? Can't you be my father anymore? I'm scared of all the stuff that you drink, and the strange way you talk and think. You make my mom sad and cry. I think she's afraid you're gonna die. Please don't leave us lonely and sad. I don't want to hide from you, Dad.
How you doing?
Hi.
Hey, I'm right next door. I thought you might want to come on over and have a drink with me.
I got enough right here, thanks.
Oh, come on.
My kids don't like late parties, sorry.
Well, actually, I was thinking just you and me.
You want me to call the manager?
Sure. I'm the manager. I'll see you around.
He busted the man's jaw. End of story, Mrs. Delaney. You're nowhere. That money you sent goes to pay for the hospital bill.
Please, you've got to try again. I can't stay away much longer.
Sue me. Get me more money or forget it.
Where are you? And the boys are with you? Just hold on, Jack is here.
It's Marjorie. She needs money from us.
Hello, Marjorie.
It's not for me, Jack. It's the lawyer. He won't move. He's sitting on his hands. I thought maybe you could help me.
Marjorie,
As a friend, I'm naturally concerned about you and the boys. You know that. But I can't mix in. Michael is violent.
He was here last night. He threatened me, insisted I knew where you were. I had to call the police. It's a mess.
Look, it's not the money. Try to understand. I have my family to protect.
Thank you, Jack.
Your husband is a piece of shit.
Hey, Mom, where are you going? Don't answer the door to anybody. Don't talk. Now, you just listen. Michael, do you hear me? Don't do this to me anymore. I want you to stop this. Are you listening?
Margie,
Michael.
stop, please. I've stopped. I am not drunk.
I haven't had a drink. Are you listening?
Yes, I'm listening.
I went to see a psychiatrist, a Dr. Lazaro. I want you to come home.
I miss you so terribly, darling. I miss you.
Me too.
What's the matter? Nothing. Come on, tell me. I'm just scared.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to fucking sleep.
Don't be. Mom's gonna take care of it. Now go back to sleep. Dad? What? I went to bed again. Come on, let's change the sheets before Mom gets back.
Boys, we're going home.
Mr. Delaney, would you excuse us for a few moments?
Fuck, no.
Before I see your husband alone, there's something I'd like to say to you. I feel you were very brave in coming back to your husband, Mrs. Delaney. It's not your duty to stay with Michael. With 2 young children, it might even be terribly destructive. He's a desperately ill man. I can't force him to go to AA. I'll do my best to work with him. It'll have to be at least 3 times a week.
I see. Is there anything I could be doing?
I'll have to spend some time with him first before I can answer that. All right. Mr. Delaney, will you come in now, please?
How did it go?
Swimmingly.
I'm so glad you liked Dr. Lazarus.
Yeah, he's a nice man with a tall order.
Hello, Pat. Marge.
Excuse me for a moment.
Would you like a taste? It's delicious. It's wine flavored. You'll love it. Sir, would you like to taste?
Thank you.
Nice to see you again, Pat.
Happy New Year, Frank.
Mr. Delaney, just a minute, please. Mr. Delaney?
What is it, Frank?
Mr. Delaney, just a minute.
What do you want?
I'm sorry, I can't let you use the course today.
Hey, listen, I didn't make a reservation. It's all right. There ain't that many people out there.
I'm sorry, those are my orders.
Hey, you don't give orders. Me, Tarzan. You're a hired help, baby.
Mr. Delaney, just a minute.
Mr. Delaney, get with you, Mr.
Oh. I'm sorry, Mr. Delaney.
Dad? Dad? Are you okay?
Go away. Please go away. Hey, kids. Hey. Danny, Carrie, come here. I want to talk to you. Dad wants to talk to you. Come on. Put a towel on you, kids. Go. Come here, baby. Daddy is going to make a New Year's resolution.
What's the resolution, Daddy?
Well, it means what your father is going to try to do. What your father is going to do in the new year. There will be no more of that funny orange. There will be no more misunderstandings between Mommy and me. Because I love your mother, and she loves me. And we love the both of you. So, there's going to be a happy new year for all of us, right? Okay?
Okay, Daddy.
Okay, Dad. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Happy New Year.
To a very happy new year.
Thank you. At least we've got the bubbles.
At least we have the bubbles.
I like it.
You like what?
Just the two of us.
Me too. All right, I will spread the cheese. And you pop the cork on a brand new vintage bottle of ginger.
All right.
I don't think there is any more.
Michael Delaney to the rescue.
Where are you going?
Don't go away. At Old Chuck every year, a bottle of cheap wine.
I don't
It's
think we
only
should.
wine. It is only wine, darling. They serve it in church. It's not gonna hurt it, you know? It's wine.
Where are you going?
I'm going to get some more. No.
Without me. You always said I couldn't keep up with you. but I'm gonna try.
You're not making any sense.
Dollars, my dear, not cents. I want that check from the club. They do not want me as a member, so they owe me a refund. They said they put it in the mail. There is the check!
Talking about what?
Check! Where is it?
I don't know about any check. What? I swear it. Why would I hide it? We're deep in debt as it is. Everything we have is forged. If I had it, you think I'd give it to you, you stinking drunk? You stinking drunk! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Get out! Get out! Get out! Get out of here! And stay out!
Nice and dark.
Morning, boy.
We made our own breakfast.
Good for you.
Daddy was here. He left.
Dan, there was a check in here.
He took it.
Okay, come on, Pally. Let's go.
I can't think you're not.
That's okay, lady. I've been there myself. Come on. Yeah. I don't want to do it. Shh. No, I don't want to do it. I'm just tired. Tired, I don't. Pull apart and get back on the train. I don't care. I don't want to do it. No one.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Delaney. Perhaps I was remiss. I should have called you. Michael only showed up for 2 sessions.
And he always said how well it was going. He even said he was one of your best patients.
That's typical of Michael. See, he feels that he's more superior than the world thinks he is.
Well, he's an extremely bright man. He's really gifted.
The fact is, he feels terribly inadequate.
Michael?
Yes. And he's a perfectionist. That's an unbearable condition with no solution.
Have I failed him?
In Michael's head, the world has failed him. And he cannot tolerate an imperfect world. You must face a terrible truth, Mrs. Delaney. Michael wants to die. He will die. A smash-up, suicide, or if he's really unlucky later, from starvation. Now, this might sound cruel, but it must be said. First, his liver will cease to function. His nose will hemorrhage. The vessels of his stomach fill, explode. From what you've told me of his poor, tortured body, the process has already begun. I feel you should institutionalize him. There's nothing more you can do at home to help him.
He's in a very bad way, Mrs. Delaney. I think you better come and get him. Yes, ma'am. I will.
Mr. Ramirez?
If your husband has property, legal aid can't be involved. I'm sorry.
You'll have to convince him to sell the house. See that it's sold. Your lawyer will go after the money, I assure you.
I can't wait. That takes months. I'm afraid for my children. I have to have legal protection.
There are a lot of truly unfortunate people waiting to see me, Mrs. Delaney. I am sorry. That's the reality of the situation.
I have no money.
But your husband owns property. There's nothing I can do.
Hey. Margie. Margie.
You'll really like it. Oh, don't forget your napkin.
Too bad we're losing you, Marge. It's a real break for you. You really moved up fast.
That's me. Onwards and upwards, just like the food prices, Joe.
Charge it.
Michael, be reasonable. At least listen to me.
Oh, hospital!
Let me in and let me talk to you about it.
I'll talk to you. I'll talk about it in the hospital.
I know a man who does this kind of job. I'll set it up. They'll come and get him.
Isn't tomorrow a little too soon?
No, the sooner the better.
All right. Only, could you please have them come while the children are at school?
Of course.
Thank you. Where are you going? Oh, God.
You wanted all your neighbors to know,
You
right?
have to put that on him. He's out cold.
This is procedure, ma'am. When they first come around, it can't be difficult. Will you be riding back with us?
No, I'll follow. Boys, why don't you sit down for a minute? Before you go out and play, I want to talk to you.
Oh, Mom, what's the matter?
It's something very important you both should know.
It's about Dad, isn't it?
Yes, it's about your daddy.
Where is he?
When a person drinks, he doesn't always drink because he wants to. Sometimes there's something bothering him, and he has to drink. Where do you go when you break your leg?
You go to the doctor or the hospital.
Yeah, you go to the hospital. Your daddy went to the hospital today. We're going to help him.
So he doesn't get drunk anymore.
Don't ever say that about your father. He has a problem, and he's trying to help himself, and while we're in this house, we will respect him.
Will we?
Now go on out and play.
Are you sure about that? Let him go? Question mark.
Here.
You were there only 30 days. That's not enough time. Why did they release you?
Good behavior. Not one visit from my faithful wife.
I thought you'd be better off without me. I thought you'd get better faster. I was constantly in touch with the staff.
You didn't get a package. For a piece of cheese, you get that free.
If they ever gave me the slightest idea they were letting you go.
Gone, but not forgotten. I am on the honor system. I report to the locals once a week. Is that fair?
No, it's inexcusable. They had no right. You're drinking already.
They need the beds, and I prefer my bed here.
You have to go back, Michael. It's too late.
I am
Go
forgotten
back.
here, but I am
You
not
need more-
gone from...
You need more time. I'll go with you. I'll explain to the doctors you have
I'm
to go.
staying here.
I'm leaving here on Friday.
Who gave you permission to sell this house?
Your conservator.
Who's that?
Me. Michael, I did what I had to do. You were incapable of making decisions. Dr. Lazaro testified to that in court. I had a lawyer such as he was. The house was sold at a good price. It's a seller's market.
I went to real estate school and you became the authority.
I put your share of the money in trust.
Tough broad, Maggie. Tough broad, Maggie.
Damn, son.
I have to finish packing tonight. I don't want any trouble, Michael.
I won't give you any trouble.
What a douchebag.
Hey, you! Wake up!
Wow.
The home wrecker! All right, I want to introduce you to the next Mrs. Delaney. Mrs. Delaney! Hey, hey! Hey, up there! Nice work. Hey, you! Wake up! Someday, my dear. Hold it. Will be yours. Goodbye, slut! Goodbye! Come on, just you and me, baby. Let's get the hell out of here. Come on.
Good report of him for drunk driving.
This.
I mean, fuck.
Goodbye, slut, swindler, home stealer.
It's a feature-length version of Intervention, without the intervention.
I want my house back. You slut. You sell my house. Margie. What?
Gee, I wonder where this is gonna end up.
Yes. Mrs. Delaney, this is Rachel. I'm Michael's friend. Yes? He's in the hospital. He's dying. Can you come?
It's a real buzzkill for the party, and we don't really want to deal with it, if we're being honest about it. We don't really want to do that.
I'm here, darling.
I have been so great at luck.
Fill my days so proudly. The pain, the calm, the content. Michael. Oh. Michael.
Death. Let's see. Right at the end, too. So we only got 4 more bags left of this treehouse. It now looks like
Empty home,
this currently.
those wasted years.
And we watched 3 films. Not a lot of folks in and out today, but I do appreciate anybody that came by. War Turtle for saying what's up, Limbo for dropping in, Past Tense for a little hello, Shadow for subscribing again for another month, I appreciate it. Hope anybody in the background, maybe even for a second. Hope you have a good Sunday and a good rest of your week. Ending on a dark note, but that just means there's lunch to have and the rest of this to take apart. So I hope you all have a good one, and
Was it me that changed my sensitive, passionate man? If it was, here I am.
dark as fuck. Well, have a good one, everybody. Enjoy. Have a good Sunday. Peace out.